855-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What in the world is Liberation Day? This is President Donald J. Trump's 11th week in office. And we know that April 2nd, this is the focus on tariffs. We'll focus more on that, obviously, coming up with the big interview at 11 o'clock. But let's begin with Trump talk. He held this impromptu news conference because he's the most transparent president we've ever seen in our lifetimes. And he was on Air Force One. This is yesterday, answering a lot of questions. And I don't know that we certainly alluded to this. We played maybe a tiny clip or two, focused on other things this morning. So Dan Borowski and I wanted to start out with this of Trump on Air Force One answering some clutch questions.
You said you were not joking about a third term, about possibly wanting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January 20th?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is in a way a fourth term because the other election, the 2020 election was totally rigged. So it's actually sort of a fourth term in a certain way. I just don't want the credit for the second because Biden was so bad. He did such a bad job. And I think that's one of the reasons that I'm popular, if you want to know the truth. I think I'm popular because we've done a great job. I think we've had the best almost 100 days of any president. And most people are saying that.
Yes.
And it's an honor. We're bringing back our country. We're respected as a country again. And we're strongly respected. And people are amazed. I was with some very important people today, and they said that they've never seen a turnaround of a country as fast as this. Even look at our border. We have nobody coming in. And you can come into our country, but you have to come in legally. But we have nobody coming in.
So that was Donald J. Trump. You see Howard Lutnick smiling behind him, and I think he has a great cabinet.
I didn't even notice that.
What?
I said I didn't even notice Lutnick, but yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Lutnick,
you see him right there.
Big smile on his face, with local ties, obviously. He's got some clutch economic advisors, and one of them, Stephen Moore, will join me for the 11 o'clock hour. We see Howard. Now, Trump has the trademark, if you're not watching on YouTube, I'll just describe it. Trademark, red tie, white shirt, the blue, deep blue jacket with the red flag pin. And then right behind him is Howard Lutnick with a big smile on his face, but Lutnick with the open white shirt, the non-tie look, by the way. So that's what you're seeing on Air Force One as he's answering the question. So all this silly stuff, I know over the weekend, and Kristen, Welker, good for her. She has carved out a path for herself. She has, but I think obviously she has been smart in really creating a relationship with Trump. The fact that, she has a direct tie to him. He can text her, he can call her and feels he can trust her and that sort of thing. But they had, talked about it in the morning, and she had said, well, the president's not ruling that out, this and that. So now he's asked to clarify it. And obviously he says, you heard what he says. I mean, he's not talking about running for a third term. That whole thing is silly. So we wanted to kind of bust that one up. Dan, is there anything, I know that's in total, that's about 4 minutes. Is there anything that you wanted to pluck out of that quick Air Force One interview?
No, it was really the start of it was the most meaty because where he says, he talks about not having a chance and all that. And yeah.
Yeah. So there it is. I mean, so if anybody says, oh, there's your guy, Trump, and this is what he's saying. So there it is in truth. There it is with the perspective of it. I do want to touch upon J.D. Vance and Usha Vance. I hate saying second lady. It's kind of weird.
So demeaning, doesn't it?
Right? It sounds kind of weird.
Yeah.
I know first lady makes sense, but second lady is always weird to me. But Mrs. Vance, if you will, Usha Vance, and look at her educational background and her brilliance. Wow. But I do want to get to the story of them going to Greenland, and they were there on Friday and over the weekend. So this is Vice President J.D. Vance taking this trip to at least one of the many U.S. bases in Greenland that the Trump administration talking about what's going to happen with regard to Greenland. We debated this early this morning because we now start at 5:58. I didn't even notice it, but some of you noticed that I guess we've been coming on, a couple minutes early.
Oh.
Did you notice that?
No. I'm not awake that early.
See, this is, I
How you
didn't
do it.
really
I don't know
even
how you do
notice
it.
it, but people swear that we're starting
Wow.
at 5:58. So, good for you guys noticing the second clock, I guess. But in any event, we started, early this morning talking about this with Second Lady Usha Vance, National Security Mike Waltz, Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, and also Senator Mike Lee of Utah. I guess they were all there with the vice president visiting one of the bases, the northernmost U.S. military installations. But I think we have at least, I believe, 17 military bases there. So what's going on here with Greenland? So if we can just play a snippet of this, Dan, with the vice president talking and really making the case. Why do we need Greenland? Why is it important for international security, for U.S. security? Why would we be interested in this? And I just want you to think about this. Here's where I'm going with this. Remember when President Trump, on our great day, on the 20th of January, we all gathered, we all gathered and celebrated the fact that the greatest United States president was sworn into office. It was a terrific day. But remember, he wasted no time in signing one of the many executive orders renaming North America's highest peak Mount McKinley. Remember this? And so I do think that I think that he admires the 25th president of the United States. McKinley, then President McKinley, was somebody who touted tariffs, thought that was a better way. And Trump, I think, agrees with him that he'd rather have fair tariffs and a fair tariff system than all this taxation. But remember that McKinley was somebody who brought Hawaii into the fold. And so you might say, I don't know, he was an expansionist. He was the one under McKinley who, I believe that's when we had Puerto Rico became initially a colony. Okay. And so also, I think all of this, if you look at it, is why President Trump pays attention to things like the Panama Canal, pays attention to Greenland, which if you look at it on your globe and you think about Greenland, it is huge. It's a huge area with not just geopolitical, not just having geopolitical importance if you think about the location there and think about Russia, China, all of that, but as well because we know that we have melting in that part of the world. And so now we're learning more and more, because I do get like National Geographic. I subscribe to all that stuff. I love to look at those sites, and I have for years with my kids. But Greenland possesses gold and rare minerals and very valuable, important minerals in the world. So Greenland's important for many, many reasons. I think it's smart to look at all of that, and I think that's what makes Trump look great, because that's what makes him great, because he's looking into the future. He's looking at our security. He's not just a today president. He's not somebody who, and I'm being very serious here. One thing that President Barack Obama, one of Obama's legacies, when you think of him, when you ask young people, what's the legacy of Barack Obama? What do they say? In the top two, and I know obviously healthcare, but many young people are going to tell you he put a rainbow on the White House, right? That was his big thing, the rainbow lights on the White House and what that meant, okay? For Trump, he's a very different president, obviously, but one of his legacies, I believe, is that he wants to make our economy great, and that means less taxation and making things fair with trade in the world, but as well thinking about our military security. And I think Trump looks at Greenland and thinks this is a win-win, whether or not we can secure it or whether we have a better deal. So do you have J.D. Vance? I've been vamping a little bit because I put Dan on the spot to run to as he's making a transition from Greg to your spot. Okay, go ahead.
really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now. And if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure. We could do a lot more protection, and I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe. They just haven't done it. It's very simple. For all of our friends in the American media who attack the administration for pointing out the obvious, what is the alternative? To give up the North Atlantic, to give up the Arctic to China, to Russia, and to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take a significant position in Greenland to keep the people here safe, but to keep our own country safe too.
And so I think it's all about the art of the deal. I know there are media representatives who I think are misrepresenting what's obvious. Hello, Denmark is a member of NATO. And so part of this whole deal with Denmark managing Greenland post-World War II, that was what they decided on. I just think today's a new deal. Whatever they decide on, I trust. Like, I don't know if the Greenland is not going to become a colony or something crazy, but they're trying to make sure that we have a secure deal. We have military representatives there. You see behind the Vice President of the United States of America. You see our U.S. service members there. I want to ensure their safety. Don't you? Of course. The answer is yes. So this is not about military force. It's about a deal and securing both our military presence there, but as well what Greenland has to offer as we see that melting. So we got that going on. All right. Your thoughts on all of this, 855-839-1210.
I am so excited, Dawn.
I know. You and I are Bosch. Okay.
Bosch nuts, yes.
We are. We love this. My husband Larry and I, we are obsessed with Titus Welliver. If you don't know who he is, you'll recognize his voice when he comes on in just a few minutes. But if you remember the show Bosch, police-based, he's a great actor with an amazing voice.
Yeah.
I love his low voice.
I don't know if you know this, but he's also very good at impressions. Yeah, really good at Al Pacino, Christopher Walken. And if you're not a fan of Bosch, you might recognize him from Deadwood. He was a big character in. He played in Prison Break. But a lot of our listeners, I'm sure, are very familiar with Sons of Anarchy, where he played Jimmy O'Fallon. So a guy that's been on a lot of great television shows, some great movies as well. Friend of Ben Affleck, Dawn. Uh-oh, he might have to ask him about that, appearing in a lot of his films as well.
He's way sexier. I think he's sexy. I think he's a really...
Yeah?
I think he's a good-looking guy.
Who, Titus Welliver?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you might want to tell him that.
I think he's way sexier than Ben Affleck.
I want to go easy, though, because they are indeed...
Okay, they're buddies. Well, you'll get to meet him, and I can't wait to talk to Titus Welliver right around the corner.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Worry about my dad. about his time in Afghanistan. It was war. War crime, more like. Just got me wondering, what other secrets does he have?
You really want to know? Bosch has crossed a lot of lines in his long and checkered career.
But murder? You honestly think he would set up a prison hit?
To murder the scumbag who abducted Madeline Bosch.
If it was my daughter, I'd skin him alive.
Justice will be done.
One way or another.
My family's missing.
Family of four doesn't just disappear. What do you think? This was a hit. Case involved fentanyl.
You talking drug cartel? The public is terrified on both sides of the border.
You guys are being played. We all are.
You got any proof?
That body's not enough for you?
Oh, you're an insufferable asshole.
I've been called worse. You and I pulled a few ops together back in the day. You up for another?
Are you going down there to get him or take him out?
I'll let you know when I get home.
That's not good enough.
So I am addicted to Bosch. Love that sexy voice, the low voice. He said, what did he say? My body's not good enough for you. He's got that sexy bod, the tan, the shock of white hair. So
you are in love with this guy.
I know. I love And here's the thing, our next guest, Titus Welliver, just an incredible actor as well. But this is Bosch, if you've followed this, as my husband and I just love it, is, you see this LAPD, great detective, but flawed, and then bringing his daughter into the fold, so a father-daughter duo, so to speak. And then he's got Mimi Rogers, the money honey, right? Mimi Rogers as a big attorney in the show. It's incredible. We have just been counting the days to the return now of Bosch. This is Bosch Legacy, dropping on Prime Video. I know fans are thrilled, but is this the last season of Bosch? That's one of the many questions. Do we have Titus? Yes. Titus Welliver joining us live this morning. Good morning. Great to have you here.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So take us through. I mean, obviously, this is inspired by Michael Connelly's Desert Star and the Black Ice novels. And now we're seeing some new dimensions here. So for the fans who have just been saying, I can't wait, what do we see here with the new season? What we're being told is the final season.
Well, as you said, we the source material is Black Ice and Desert Star, and we sort of had to move things around a little bit, but Desert Star is really a case for Harry, which is we're Harry Ahab. This case is Moby Dick, and it's the disappearance of a family of four, two children and their parents. And he is hired by a woman from Ireland because they've just vanished. And law enforcement doesn't really seem to have any kind of leads. And in the meantime, there is an investigation that's being what they call a chief special. So no one is supposed to talk about it. And they're investigating Bosch because this character that he's put away not once but twice, who was a serial rapist and murderer, Preston Borders, at the end of season 2 of Legacy, Maddie intercepts a phone call for Harry in which Borders is calling him from prison, stating that he has killed the man who abducted Maddie and buried her out in the desert. And so it takes place 8 months after season 2, but those questions are still unanswered. And Mimi Rogers' character is running for the DA. There's just a lot of variables, and Maddie catches a case. There are these follow home robberies that are occurring, and it goes quite deep. There's a lot of stuff going on, but needless to say, it's kind of like it's like an advent calendar, right? Every time, each episode, it cracks open except there's not a little piece of chocolate in there. It's just it's another piece of the puzzle. And then, of course, we introduced the character of Renee Ballard, played by the wonderful Maggie Q, who readers of the books will know that Ballard and Bosch cross paths in the books, and she's a young homicide detective who becomes ultimately sort of a mentor. Harry becomes a mentor to her and has a slightly paternal relationship with her. So we're introducing that. So there's a lot going on. It's a very, very busy season, but not contrived in the sense of, there are definitely moments where the audience can breathe a bit, but I would say not for very long.
Yeah, for those of us who follow this, and we have just been counting the days to the new season. I should mention, since I'm reporting live from Odyssey World headquarters in Philadelphia, you have some strong, Philadelphia ties. I know your dad, Neil Welliver, renowned American landscape painter, professor of fine arts, who worked as a dean at UPenn, right? Your dad had some history.
That's true. Both, yeah. Oh, yeah, very, very much so. I mean, my father was from northern Pennsylvania, from a little town called Millville, but my mother was a West Philly girl. She went to Girls High in Philly, and my dad became the dean of the Graduate School of Fine Arts at University of Pennsylvania for 25 years. So I spent some formative years in West Philly. So I will always, that's very much a part of who I am. Even though I've lived all over the place, Philly is in my heart in the same way that, New York is. And I have very, very fond memories. And I go back when I can. And I finally discovered that you can buy butterscotch crimpet tasty cakes from Amazon. So when I need my tasty cake jam, I know where to do it. But yeah, my mom went to Girls High, so
that's amazing.
Yeah, and I've still got I'm still in contact with a lot of my boys from over on Osage Avenue. We lived over in an area that was then called Society Hill. I don't know what they call it. My mother lived near like 43rd and Locust, and my dad lived over on Woodland Terrace by the big Woodland Cemetery. So no, Philly, city of brotherly love is I'm a cream soda and tasty cake guy.
Titus, I got a question for you, because growing up in West Philadelphia and being a guy that's really known for playing a hard-nosed individual, I got to ask, growing up in West Philly, you must have come across many individuals who went into the profession of law enforcement, and me and Dawn, we've made a lot of contacts in Philadelphia police, and a lot of times I think to myself, this guy's so much like Harry Bosch, it's not even funny. So I got to wonder, do you draw inspiration from the people you grew up with in West Philadelphia to play your characters at all?
Well, 100%. There's always little, I'm a creature of observation. I'm always, since I was a little kid, I always was interested in human behavior. And I was around, when I lived in Philly, it was the era of Rizzo. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Old Frank Rizzo, chief of police and the mayor. And, there's some great YouTube, he was not exactly, press friendly. Yeah. There's a great YouTube video where, of course, he's done something completely unlawful, and the reporter, confronts him outside of his house. And there's Rizzo, and he goes, "You're a lush." Yeah, you're a crumb bum. You're nothing but you're a crumb bum over there. Yeah, get out of here right now. You're a creep and a crumb bum.
Oh, I love it. This is awesome.
So, yeah, and I actually knew the New Deck Tavern on Sansom Street was owned by one of my father's good friends named Mike Doyle, who had been a Philly cop and then retired and was in the restaurant business. So I used to spend a lot of time over at the New Deck. My dad had an apartment. This was many years after we had left Philadelphia. He was still commuting. He had moved himself to Maine, and he would commute and teach his students. So he had a place right there on Sansom Street. So I actually I haven't been for a couple of years, but I went to the St. Peter's School down on Lombard Avenue. My older brother went to Friends Central. So yeah, and I'm still, all my boys and gals from back in the day, from Clark Park, the whole crew, they're all around. We're still in touch. So I love it when I go back. Of course, of this, awesome. I always think about when people say, well, what are some of your, one of your fondest memories? And of course, the art museum. But I remember when I would go, my mom and I would go to meet my Nana for lunch. We would always meet her, at the Eagle in Wanamaker's. That was like the meeting place. Yeah. And I went back there years ago, and the Eagle was still there, but it wasn't Wanamaker's, and I was heartbroken. I just thought,
yeah, well, now
what a great place.
Yeah, the Eagle is still there, but I will tell you, the Macy's just closed down, so it's going to be a private condo building. So it is changing. Unfortunately, I don't know if you'll still be able to visit the Eagle. But for people, I wanted to explore just a second as you look at the series with the father-daughter relationship. And because I think that is such a special part of the series, and just wondering if that continues if it takes any turns with your father-daughter relationship with Bosch.
It definitely does. I mean, despite the fact that Maddie knows her father very well, he's such an internalized character and not a guy who gives information out. Even with his daughter, I recall several seasons ago, she says to Harry, "You're like a turtle in your shell, and you don't let anybody in. Sometimes, not even me." And with this investigation circling around him, and then she's told a story by one of the guys from his special forces team, while Harry is stepped away from the bar. He talks about one of their experiences in Afghanistan, and it raises questions for her. Mm-hmm. So they remain close, but there's definitely some answers, and she's pulled into this investigation about whether or not Harry did in fact enlist the aid of this prisoner to kill the man who abducted Maddie. So it's definitely strained. For sure, it's very strained.
Sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it does.
It really does.
We've been counting down to this. Titus Welliver. Well, we hope that you come back to Philadelphia again. We can hear more stories, but really appreciate it and can't wait to see this new season. And is it official? It's your last? And is there a movie? Is there more? Because I think we always want more.
I mean, it's as official as it can be.
Okay.
That being said, you never know with Hollywood. I mean, that would be, and certainly if Amazon said they'd like to do that, I wouldn't hesitate for a second to get back into Harry's moccasins, because I miss that guy. And I look forward to being back in the city of brotherly love at some point. I'm craving a pretzel with mustard on it and a birch beer. Or as some people don't understand, that's root beer. It's just another name for root beer.
Our treat, Titus. Our treat.
Well, you're our treat today.
Lovely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Titus Welliver. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a million. And so this is dropping. Prime Video is where you find it. But I know for me, Bosch Legacy, this is season 3. The release schedule is out. You can check it out. And I know we'll be checking it out. Dan, you and Maisie love watching it too as well, right?
Yeah, we're big Bosch fans.
Yeah.
A little behind on the new Legacy. We watched the first season. Really, really good stuff. And just what I like about this is it really doesn't it captures the same feel of 24 that you really don't have often anymore. And I just highly, highly suggest our audience check out Bosch if they haven't. Bosch, the first series, and then the spinoff. And you can watch the spinoff without watching the first series. It kind of summarizes what happens. And Bosch, being a police officer throughout the first, a very good detective, gets caught up in politics and leaves the force. And then Legacy starts with him, as he said, as a private investigator working alongside his daughter, who's now part of the force. Really, really good stuff. And I nerded out when I first heard that Titus Welliver might be a guest, because Maisie and I, our top #1 show of all time is Lost. And he's actually the person behind the ghost monster in Lost. He's the man in black. He gets revealed in season 5. So really cool to hear him on your show.
So you compared it to 24?
Yeah.
Okay, I will say this. If you're a 24 fan, I'll just compare it this way, though. 24, you did not learn as much about the Kiefer Sutherland character.
No.
Bosch becomes more vulnerable, but he's a mystery. But you do learn more about his personal life, his past service, all of that. And so for that reason, I think Bosch is a much better series. 24 sometimes got ridiculous.
Yeah,
even to the point,
you're right, yeah.
You know what I mean? It was well done at the time, Kiefer Sutherland, but I'm just going to push back a little bit, Dan, because
please
it
do.
got to the point where, like, Kiefer Sutherland, you're like, come on, the guy never even goes to the bathroom. He never sleeps.
Yeah.
With Bosch, he's a much more multidimensional person. He's a real guy, and he has skeletons. And you learn his flaws, even his childhood and all that stuff. And so he becomes, I think, somebody that you feel like you said, like a West Philadelphia, cop that you actually know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's fascinating because you're 100% right. The depth of character on Bosch is so much more than something like 24, where you really learn why this guy is the way he is. And there's a lot in that first series of him trying to, be in his daughter's life while being a workaholic. And you're right. There's much more of that to this series. And again, go check it out.
Yeah, it's good stuff. 855-839-1210, the number to call. We'll return to our news. Oh my gosh, there's so much developing and so much breaking. And then I think I had mentioned to you, by the way, during the Dom show at 1 o'clock, Trump, I think, is going to hold another one of those live executive, where he's signing more of those executive orders and usually brings in the media. That's what's scheduled in the Oval. So you'll no doubt hear from Trump in the 1 o'clock hour. So just to keep you that. By the way, we had Marvin E. Cans. We had our guys out again. So just a reminder, if you need a guy, I got some guys. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned, veteran founded company. This time of year, it's spring. Anytime you have the change of the season, you want to make sure your filters are changed, check out the system, and make sure that you're ready for a season of air conditioning. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. And Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home if you lack that important ductwork, could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. So the guys came out, they measured for this. We are in the one area of our home, there's just no other option here. So we want to turn this into a family office, and we're going to do this. So just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Titus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
So we've been waiting for this. Remember the astronauts, some people called them the Gilligan's Island astronauts, the duo, who thought they were going up to space for maybe a week and a half, ended up there 9+ months, and were rescued, if you will, from the ISS, the International Space Station, by Elon Musk. I don't know, it was covered, we covered it, but then fizzled out. But yeah. I guess today, who is it? Bill Hemmer has an exclusive with them?
Yeah, sat down and talked with them at their dinner table. You want to hear that?
Yeah.
Here we go.
So now Butch and Sonny and Nick take us to what is known as the dinner table on board in space. Have a look. So I understand this is the dinner table.
Yeah. Very important.
How many times a day would you gather? All 7 of you, I believe?
Once or twice. Well, it wasn't daily because the Russians are doing things. We're all on different time schedules. Not we're going to sleep about the same time, but all doing different tasks. So we get together at least once a week, all 7 of us. Yeah. Yeah, and then every day we sort of figured out. It seemed like we're here every night together because you want to talk about the day a little bit. And
well, so we're up there too, and up here, not just here. Yeah.
This is where you talk about the day.
When do we go to Mars?
That's a tough one.
That's a
Mars
great
is
question.
hard.
Yeah, it's
really hard.
How are you
Getting
feeling?
to the surface of Mars with the amount of mass that we have to get to the surface to sustain human life is really tough because it's 1/100th the density of the atmosphere. We use the atmosphere here to slow down. It's hard to do
guy's
that at
charisma
Mars.
is
So you see
exuding.
these smaller spacecraft going in different ways, but we've got to take a lot more mass to the surface. It's a really tough one.
I've had the opportunity to speak with other astronauts, and I've always been curious in the vastness that is out there. And you've talked about your faith. Your father, first-generation Indian, your mom is Slovenian. I don't know the right way to say this, but does it change the way you view a higher power?
Spaceflight? I didn't need to go to space to know anything about my Lord. It's all in Scripture, so not necessarily no. I'm grateful for that view that I have those memories of what this looks like from that vantage point, but did I need that? No, I didn't need it.
I think, just looking out the window, like we talked about the cupola and the window in the lab, it makes you stop and think, though. It makes you stop and think about, like, things that are greater than, the traffic jams that we, get aggravated with, the lines at Starbucks or whatever that we get aggravated with. You realize that this is a planet, and this is a planet where we all live, and how we should all really just get along here. So it does change I think for me, it changed my opinion about, like, let's not worry about the trivial things. Let's really think about the bigger things as a species. How are we going to survive on this rock that's in our solar system? It's important that we all share this technology and knowledge and information together to make us a better species.
What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, so we go around the Earth once every 90 minutes. Half of that is in the daylight, and so when you go to the window, you look at the Earth, and it fills up the window. The other half is in the dark, and there's not much to look at on the Earth, but there's a lot to look at beyond the Earth.
You think we're alone? Is there other life out there, Sonny?
I think we'd be arrogant to think that we were alone, right? This is just one planet in one little solar system. And when we've had the opportunity to see, our eyes open without the, the humidity or the water vapor, to see billions of stars out there. And if there's billions of stars, there's billions of planets, right? And I think, like I mentioned, I think we'd be a little bit arrogant to think that we are the only one that has life on it. And it would be interesting to be able to take that journey a little past our solar system one day.
I love geography.
You want to comment on that question, Dawn?
So I love interviews like this. I'm fascinated. So it's Barry, whose nickname is Butch, Wilmer, Suni Williams, stranded for the 9+ months in space, speaking out. And I guess they're touting this as the exclusive or the first with Fox, but no doubt they'll do other interviews. But don't you love that view to say that when you are in outer space and you're looking back at Earth and think about not sweating the small stuff? And I love that perspective, first of all. They were up there at the ISS, and the fact that they believe that it's arrogant to think that we are alone. I agree. Now, what does that look like? I mean, we know there are other living beings.
Lizards!
They might be lizards or worms or whatever, but are they really like E.T. phone home? We don't know. But
I mean, there's definitely gray aliens out there.
But I love this interview. Look, they look great. They look, they look great.
They do.
They look healthy.
A lot of charisma from all three, too.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Stuck up there. And of course, the thing about it is everybody here's how small we are and how silly we are. On social media, like I asked my sons, because I always want to know, like, what's a teenager's perception? I was like, what are people saying? And the people were taking bets, like, they got it on. They were in outer space. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well,
come on.
You don't think they did? Well, no, you know what? They're all married, right?
Well, look.
Are there single ones up there?
Let me say this. What happens in outer space stays in outer space. That's what I'll say. Who's going to know? So, no, but I don't think that, but I guess we'll never know.
I think when you see someone's, stuff floating around you, the last thing you want to do is, that.
What do you mean stuff?
They
don't have, everything's contained.
Is it though?
They don't have their stuff, like their poo. Ew.
Patrol?
No, but in all seriousness, I love the fact that we're getting to hear from them. I think that, they look great. I do wonder if they were asked about, and we'll hear more, like, we heard that you are come back taller. So you know who the number one candidates? I bet you there are a lot of short people who want to go to space just because I guess it expands your spine.
Yeah, but then they got lost in space for a while, too. Did they go up with the intention of getting lost in space?
Yeah, that was bizarre.
You want to hear the rest now or you want to take a break?
What do you think?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me do the math.
Producer's choice.
We should take a real quick one. But it's going to be a really quick one, audience, so stick
Cool.
with us.
All right. We'll be right back.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off 1 item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more. Refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, where your next treasure is waiting.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So we were hearing from the astronauts, the first interview with them, and just all of the physical stuff that happens to astronauts. One little fun fact is that the fluid builds up in an astronaut's head and doesn't drain properly, and so basically you feel like you have a constant cold, and you lose your sense of smell a bit. So that's one little thing that you learn from these astronauts. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But and that's why they had to go through a period where they had some medical,
Well,
treatment.
they're eating mush most of the time too, right?
Yeah. Because of that, it changes your gut bacteria, that you have weight loss, you have potential DNA damage from exposure to radiation.
Oh, wow.
Slight exposure. So,
with all the risks involved, say David came to you and said, "Mom, I want to be an astronaut."
Oh, I would totally support it.
Yeah.
And that's just it. Everybody focuses on, they've said they weren't stranded up there. Of course, they're not going to get political. There's no way these astronauts would get political. They are going to thank the current administration, Elon Musk. They're going to be gracious. But if I'm an astronaut, I would never get, even me, like Trumpaholic, you know what I mean? I would not get political because they want to ensure that it's bipartisan, that they have bipartisan support.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
And
And then after you retire, then you can, confirm. But I'm just saying, I think they're wise, they're prudent to just be bipartisan, talk about exploration in outer space.
Before we get back to them, I got another question for you.
What?
With all this, Elon taking civilians to outer space, would you pay to go to outer space? Is that something you are interested in? Is Larry interested in going with?
Well, okay. It's a rich person question, right? Rich people problems.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have that much money, yeah, I'm totally doing that. 100%.
Even
I think
with the
it'd be
risks
fun.
involved?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
we all know I'm a wimp already, so.
I'd much rather go to outer space. I think that's much safer. than, for example, the individuals who do the deep sea. Let's go to the Titanic in a little tiny tin box or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in the deep sea stuff.
Really?
Nope.
I equate them together. I think there's. Well, I think it's much more safe what's going up in space. So to your point, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the deep sea stuff.
Want to get back
that
to the
stuff scares me.
Want to get back to the Astros?
Sure.
Here they are.
I love geography. You circled the Earth 4,600 times. I think on this last trip, I think you circled it 2,700 times. Is there a mountain or a lake or a river or an ocean or a spit of land that you covet the most that comes to mind?
It's all amazing.
All of it.
You can't pick one.
She's fishing for America.
I can't pick
Sonny?
one.
I have two that are sort of equal. I think the Caribbean is just incredible because you can almost see like through the water because of the different depths of what's there, like coral reefs or whatever. It's just incredible, and the blue colors just like are brilliant. And then secondly, down in Patagonia, some of the lakes from the glaciers are just amazing colors.
It's water for you, and you're a swimmer.
Yes, and I mentioned I want to jump in the ocean.
I heard that.
Yes.
Nick, is there?
There are so many amazing places to see. I think the thing that always drew my eye was where I had a connection. So whether it was parents living in a particular town or where I grew up, or that's where my eye would gravitate toward.
Yeah, great stuff.
That's so cool. I love that. I think it's so fascinating. I was just waiting for her to go, in the Gulf of America. Did they mention the Gulf of America? I'd like to go swimming in the Gulf.
You think he's fishing for America when he asked what's the Gulf
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, perhaps. But it's a fun interview. By the way, I hate to see this, but I'm looking at the latest reports from meteorologists, and they're saying 4 p.m. is when there's a risk for severe storms.
Oh, no.
So I hope that is far north and northwest of us, but the entire region is under this weather alert with possible heavy rain, flooding, isolated tornado.
Tornadoes?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Eek. I'm sorry
In
to
our area?
say that, but
Oh.
that's what they're saying.
Have you ever suffered through a tornado?
No.
Hmm.
No. But I mean, you have to be smart, and part of this, I'm looking at the forecast. Right now they're saying it's only a 9% chance at 3 p.m. So you think about our Phillies, 305. But then between 3 to 4, it goes up to 30+% starting at 4. So at 9 o'clock, that's when the risk in the 8 o'clock hour actually is the higher
All right,
risk.
so let's play this out real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you. Yeah. But you're saying there's a risk for some rain at 4, right? Which might push back the start
30%.
time. All right, so say they push back the start time, then I feel like the officials have to start worrying about, because if you push it back, say 2 hours, you don't want to do it that much. But even if you start later, you run the risk of people then commuting home after the game in this very wicked weather, right? So do you think that plays into the decision making of the Phillies when it comes to postponing, delaying, what happens here? Because if it looks like after the game there might be, a tornado watch, that's something that might be concerning, huh?
I guess it's only, if I look from 3 to 6, or actually starting at 4, it's basically 30%. 30% chance of these showers. So what does that look like as far as the severe storms? The worst of the storms strike around 8 p.m. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Happy
I don't have that job today.
Darn it, I know.
Yeah.
And why couldn't it have just been last week when we hit 80, like Saturday? Would have been perfect.
It was a beautiful weekend.
Oh
wasn't
my
it?
gosh.
Did you do anything special?
Well, it's Michael's. Michael's, we had a lot of birthdays. My brother, my brother-in-law, Michael, we had a lot of family birthdays.
End of March.
End of March, early April. Tomorrow's actually Michael's real birthday, so all the birthday celebrations.
You guys like the spring, huh?
I know, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll really do it up celebrating in Italy.
Ooh.
Can't wait.
Yeah, how excited are you? Are you all packed?
No.
No? Anything packed yet?
Some.
Have you done the final Target run?
But I do. No, I mean, the thing about it is, and Anne-Marie and I were just, she texted me. She's worried about rain in northern Italy. I don't know, but I'm looking at the forecast. It looks like 70 degrees. Beautiful this time of year. It's perfect.
Why do you got to rub it in? Why do you got to rub it in, Don?
It's going to be beautiful.
It sounds beautiful.
Tuscany, Florence, conservativetours.com. Nobody does it better. It's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. We are so excited. But we have to take a quick break. Around the corner, remember, we got a great interview coming up. We'll talk all things Trump with the economy from somebody who has been a longtime economic advisor to President Trump. So you'll hear from him just around the corner. Stay right there.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtime? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Very nice to a lot of countries for a long time. But I call it Liberation Day. April 2nd is Liberation Day. But today, as you know, we did something with respect to Venezuela. You heard about that. And that will be quite important. We'll be announcing some additional tariffs over the next few days, having to do with automobiles, cars, and having also to do a little bit with lumber down the road, lumber and chips. We're going to get all those chip companies coming back.
So that's President Donald J. Trump ahead of this, the 11th week in office, and focusing on what President Trump has called Liberation Day in America, talking about the tariffs. I glanced up CNN, big, bold, all capital headlines, Trump's tariff bet. So to learn more about this, let's bring in Stephen Moore on President Trump's economic agenda. Stephen Moore, of course, longtime economic advisor to President Trump, visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Stephen Moore, great to have you here. Good morning.
Thanks so much for having me. Boy, so much going on. By the way, Liberation Day is really when we get the tax cut passed. That's what we need to do. That should be the highest priority right now. But, you know, I have to say this is a president. I don't always agree with him on the tariffs, but, you know, what he's doing on deregulation, what he's doing on terms of dismantling massive waste and fraud in the government, what he's doing on the pro-America energy stuff. It's a very solid pro-America, pro-business, pro-investor agenda. So I'm very excited.
And when you see, just your take as somebody who's been on the inside of this, when you see all of the media, right, the so-called mainstream media, whether it's CNN, MSNBC, and I'll even say CBS, ABC, NBC, and they all focus on this, the tariffs and what this means. Yeah. What is the impact, do you think, from the reality of what Trump is trying to do and then people's general perception?
Yeah, great point. And the media is so biased here. I mean, they talk about day after day after day is the Trump tariffs and how they're going to ruin the economy. And by the way, I'm not a big tariff guy. I think you know that. Tariffs are taxes, and so I do think Trump has been a little bit off message over the last month. And where every day it's all about, he's talking about his tariffs, not talking about the fact that we've got to prevent a $4 trillion tax increase that the Democrats seem to want at the beginning of next year. The fact that we're doing all the deregulation, a big story in the front page of the Wall Street Journal that no president has deregulated our economy and freed up, costs more than Donald Trump has. But the media is stoking the fires with this and saying, oh, it's all about tariffs. And so we have seen a big sell-off in the market, but I think it's going to come back. I mean, the things that Trump is doing, whether you like tariffs or not, what Trump is doing overall is so positive for the economy. I think I'm not a stock advisor, but I'll say this: given the fact that the market has fallen, in the last month or so. If you were to buy stocks today and hold on to them for the next year or two, I think you're going to be very happy.
And so, I know that we're slated to learn more, I guess, on Wednesday, actually. But in your opinion, is this more about, we're hearing these, well, it'll be a 25% tariffs and then different, some different tariff formulas, I guess, for different countries. Will it be a 10% with the Chinese over here? And what about the Canadians and our policy with Mexico? But isn't the bigger picture just exposing the fact that in general on a lot of these goods, we pay more, and he's trying to even that out and negotiate or not? I mean, what do you see here?
Well, your question is a good one because it really punctuates why Trump is not doing, the administration is not doing a good job explaining what the plan is here. So one day it's we're going to go after China, and the next day we're going to go after Canada, and the next day we're going to try to save steel jobs, and the next day we're going to have a 15% tariff on the imported cars. I think it's causing a bit of a disruption of commerce, because from one day to the next, we don't even know April 2nd is, quote, Liberation Day, but we don't know what it is.
Right.
We don't know, what is it, a surprise? So I think we'd be better off if what I would like to see Trump doing is two things. One is China is our enemy. Why are we talking about Canada? Canada is one of our most important allies. We should be aiming our guns literally and figuratively at China, not Canada. Second of all, Trump does have a very good point on this idea of reciprocal tariffs. Do you know what country in the world has the lowest tariffs?
I don't. The lowest?
We do.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
We do.
Good.
We're the lowest.
Okay.
I mean, there might be one or two, really small, inconsequential countries, but among the 20 largest countries, we have the lowest tariffs. So how is it all these foreign leaders? Trump is causing a trade war. Wait a minute, your tariffs are higher than ours are. So how are we starting a trade war?
Yeah, to make it, and that's the thing. When you see the media coverage all over the place, you never hear that question.
I know you don't. And so here's my point, that I think Trump is going to, through the reciprocal tariff approach, I think he's going to force these other countries to lower their tariffs. Because you said it very well just a minute ago. It's not a level playing field, right? Our manufacturers and our farmers pay a higher tax when they try to export stuff than their farmers do when they try to bring stuff in the United States. And all Trump is saying, let's have a level playing field. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think at the end of the day, he's going to prevail, and we're going to have lower tariffs throughout the world and freer trade and fairer trade. That makes sense. I don't like the auto tariffs. I don't like steel tariffs, because the problem is if you put steel tariffs, let me just expand on this. If you put on steel tariffs, you may save some steel jobs, steel maker jobs in the United States, but you're going to raise the cost of manufacturing for other, products like the auto industry and the construction industry, and you're going to lose jobs there. So I don't think that's a very effective. The protectionist policies I don't think work very well. But overall, I want Trump back on the message. We got to get this tax cut down. We got to keep deregulating the economy. I watched this interview. I don't know if you did the one with Brett Baer with Elon Musk and his what I call the Musketeers.
Yeah.
And it's amazing what they're doing. They're finding hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of shameful waste and corruption and inefficiency and fraud in our government, and nobody's ever doing anything about it. And then, if I sound angry, I am. And the left, you would think, they believe in good government. They want big government. They believe in. So why are they so mad at Elon Musk for exposing the corruption in our government?
It's bizarre. Imagine, here's the thing that I find most bizarre as somebody from a background of like television news most of my career is that just imagine for a moment that a TV, pick a network, let's say it's NBC News investigative team. Imagine, right, if the investigators exposed hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud, they would win every journalistic award, right? They would be patting themselves on the back and high-fiving, we exposed this fraud. And yet the media, I mean, maybe the lesson here is that the only thing I can think of is maybe they should have brought in somebody from the so-called mainstream media and had them in the journey along with them as an insider.
You know what? That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Do you know?
You know, I'm going to suggest that to Trump because what Elon Musk and his guy, and by the way, I watched these guys. I think there were 6 or 7 on the, and people, I urge your listeners to go on YouTube and watch that interview with Brett Baer interviewing Elon Musk and his 6 or 7 associates. These are heroes. They're patriotic. Yes. They don't have anything to gain from this. These are, you know, millionaires and billionaires who are running companies, and they're volunteering their time and their expertise to help discover how we can balance our budget and get rid of the fraud, $150 billion of fraud in the Medicaid. No one's health is benefited when people steal money from Medicaid or steal money from the unemployment benefit. The fact that we have people who are 125 years old that are still collecting Social Security checks, I mean, come on, that's just complete fraud. People stealing money from the taxpayers. Those people belong in jail. And yet the left is saying, oh, Elon Musk is out of control. How? How is it out of control to tell American people, here's how Washington is taking your money and not getting an honest return on that money you put in? It's one of the highest expenses of a family is what we pay for government, and to learn that half of it is being stolen, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's terrible. I think it's outlandish. And the fact, like you're saying, nobody's reporting it in that regard. And in fact, making these individuals who will be judged very well by history in the long term, right? Because all these numbers, all this data, it's going to come out. And so it'll be there for full display. But you know what it tells me, Stephen? It tells me that the truth is nobody really wants this to be exposed. Too many people benefit big time. And that's, you know.
You know, and by the way, let me add something to this because I just wrote a column on this, and so I'm glad we're talking about it. So the question is, I've been scratching my head, just wondering why is it that if you watch every single Democrat, whether it's Chucky Schumer or any of these, they always start by saying, "Well, we're all against government waste, but," and then a but, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, they're not against government waste. They've turned a blind eye on this for 30 years, and Republicans are responsible, too, for the waste. They've done nothing. We've had auditing reports. We've had inspector general reports that are telling us that this money is being stolen, and nobody's ever done anything about it until Donald Trump. Well, Reagan tried to do something about it in the early 80s. He got his head handed him. Congress wouldn't accept virtually any of his reforms. Now, 40 years later, Trump is doing it, and the fraud turns out to be 10 times higher than it was when Reagan was president. And I mean, try running a store and you get 1/3 of your money stolen from you. Do you think you can make a profit?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's just it. They're ripping us off. I don't want to let you go without asking you about the automobile industry, Stephen Moore, because that's one thing that we keep hearing, that these tariffs are going to impact, and starting Wednesday, and I'm looking at the stock market today, that we are going to see an issue where cars are going to cost more money.
Oh, no.
And so used cars especially become more valuable. That's the good news if you want to sell your used car. But what do you see on that front?
Well, a tariff is like a sales tax, right? You know, when a car comes in from Germany or Japan or some other country, you're going to pay more for it. So it is going to lead to higher prices, no question about it. Some of the costs will be borne by the foreign producers, and some of it will be borne by American consumers. But at a time when we're trying to fight inflation, I just don't think this is a good strategy. You know, we tried tariffs and import controls in the late 70s and 80s, remember when Japan, everybody was worried that Japan's going to take over the entire auto industry. And what we discovered was with the tariffs, all we did was we rewarded inefficiency. I believe American companies can compete and can win, but we shouldn't be subsidizing them. And we're not losing auto jobs in the United States, by the way. We're losing them in these forced union states. That's why when the union president says, "Oh, these are so great," wait a minute, it's the fact that you have these, forced union policies in the states. You want to know where the auto industry is in today? It's in South Carolina, it's in Texas, it's in Tennessee, it's in Alabama, where, and I'm not anti-union, but I am very dramatically against and adamantly against forcing a worker against their will to join a union. I think everybody should. This is a free country. If you want to join the union, you should be able to. If you don't want to, you shouldn't be forced to do it. And that's what's going on, is that these union reps who've ruined the auto industry are now basically, acting as if they're the saviors when they're not. They're the ones who've really hurt our job. I believe we can have a vibrant auto industry in the United States because we're number one in innovation. We have the best workers in the world, but I don't know if tariffs is the right way to do it.
Stephen, our executive producer, Dan Borowski, had a question.
I just got to ask you, Stephen, I got to tell you, out of anybody that knows economics, there's no one I trust more than you. And over the weekend, my wife and I, thank you. My wife and I, we actually went to a couple dealerships and we almost bought a car because we're really in the need for a used car. So I just got to ask, should we have this kind of on our shoulders? We kind of feel an immediacy to get this done before these tariffs go into action, or do you think there's going to be a timetable here, a couple of months before the tariffs reflect on the prices? If someone's buying a car right now, a used car, do you say they should pull the trigger or wait? Where do you stand?
That's a tough question. I would say my impulse is to say I would try to buy a car quickly. Because I don't know how long these tariffs will last. And, if you put a 15% tariff on a car, you're maybe looking at a 10% increase in the cost of that car when you go to a dealership or where you buy something, online. So I would say try to get ahead of the tariffs and buy quickly before the tariffs take hold.
Thank you, sir.
But do you think, is this locked? I mean, he's to announce this on Wednesday, right?
I don't, this is the problem. Nobody knows, right? I mean, I can't get in. So, and I love this president. I wrote the book, The Trump Economic Miracle. I mean, he is an amazing businessman. Everything he does is for the good of the country. But I think in this case, I think he's gone too far with the tariffs, and we should be talking about ways through deregulation and tax cuts and more efficiency in government and dismantling all the inefficient agencies, how we're going to make by the way, energy policies. I mean, let's get back to drill, baby, drill, and all these things that will make America number one across the board. And that will happen. I think Trump's going through a little rough patch right now, but I'm proud of this president. I agree with 80 to 90% of the things he does, and I'm just a little bit uneasy about the tariffs. But I think he's going to, in the end of the day, I think he's going to win. Mm-hmm. He's going to get concessions from these other countries, and we're going to end up with freer and fairer trade, and I think the economy is going to boom.
Great prediction. I suspect that Wednesday, we'll see what the announcement is, because I think he listens not just to Stephen Moore, but this president is known for putting out ideas like this and taking the pulse constantly.
Yep.
So I feel like, it might not be as hard and fast as the headlines, claim it is. That's
I'll say this on the way out. He is Donald Trump, because I've been around him a lot, folks. He is the single best negotiator I've ever met in my life. So he's going to negotiate the best deal he can for the American worker and the American businesses. And in the end, it's going to work out.
Thank you. I love your optimism. Stephen Moore, thank you.
Have a great morning.
As always, you too. Take care. Yeah, we've checked in with Stephen even before Trump was elected, talking about his books and all of his predictions. But I just suspect that we'll see what it looks like Wednesday as opposed to all of what the doom and gloom that's being predicted. Because, the nice thing is President Trump, he's a very flexible guy. He's watching all of this. And so I don't know that it's a hard and fast thing that, 25% tariffs. So I would just say, Dan, for you and Maisie, take your time. Do what you're going to do. It's going to be fine. That's my personal.
Yeah. It's nerve-wracking. It is.
Well, I think I would in the scheme of life, I don't think it should be. I think it'll be fine. I just think that he's trying to shake up what he can and negotiate the best deal. And the reason I think that he focuses on other countries is that some of our so-called friends overcharge us. And is somebody your friend if they're just overcharging you in a very unfair way. Shouldn't your friend say, hey, we'll charge you the same amount as you charge us? So how come they treat us like that? That's not really a good treatment.
My fear is that we're moving too fast, though. Like many things that's happening in this administration, they're great stuff that's happening, but when you're doing this kind of, cutting that they're doing so fast, I just worry what it's going to do because, like for example, there's a report, Trump's tariffs on imports could cripple Stellantis annual earnings by 75% if he implements these. So they're forecasting all the way up to 2035. But say in 2035, they could be dropped by 75% of their earnings because of these alleged tariffs. But again, we're talking mainstream media with these reports. So
yeah, so we'll see what happens Wednesday. I'm not Stephen Moore. I don't talk to Trump regularly, but I feel like I have a pretty good sense of who he is and tracking him, and so I think it'll be fine. I do, and I don't know that these tariffs will be so hard and fast as we see. It's all part of the negotiation. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Well, we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, where your next treasure is waiting.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
So this is Dan and I have this debate during the commercial break where Dan says, he's got this audio and people are losing their minds over Trump saying a third presidency. And I go, oh, God.
We're jaded.
I go, Dan, this is so stupid that people take this debate. It's a good talk radio debate, I guess, but it's really just...
But
it's nonsensical.
It's, to your point during the break, is it even a good talk radio debate? Because it just falls flat quickly because we all know at this point that this is what they do. This is what they do over and over again is they take one little, even half a sentence that Trump has and spin it into days of news and fury and anger, and then it all just disappears. Yeah. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. 3 days from now, all these crazies on left-leaning media bitching and moaning about a dictatorship.
Who started this? Was it Kristen Welker saying that she asked him about it? Who started it?
Yeah, I think it was Welker. I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. But I do have audio, Dawn.
That's like such a mom thing to ask. Who started this?
We got to go after them. Get their parents on the phone. This is Jennifer Rogers, former federal prosecutor, Dawn, on CNN.
12th Amendment seems to preclude that. So really what you're talking about is either complete, and utter chaos outside of our system, some sort of dictatorship where we don't actually have elections, which of course we hope doesn't happen, or something where the former president would become the Speaker of the House and then the president and the vice president would resign, in which case, of course, you would see court challenges because that goes against the spirit, not actually the specific words in this 22nd Amendment. So I think it's very much a long shot.
Yeah. So these people trying to have a serious conversation. I just would love to be on that show going, it could happen. He would be the best dictator ever. They should just have somebody troll these people. Trump would be the best dictator ever, believe me.
The fairest of all.
The fairest of all, the best looking.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
And the beautiful, most beautiful first, what's the dictator's wife? What would we call her? I don't even know.
I don't know. That's a good question.
We have to make that up, frankly. I'm just seriously. We should just start triggering
consort.
Yeah,
consort of the dictator.
The most beautiful, whatever.
That's
most beautiful dictators, first lady ever.
Yeah,
we should just double down on it and just start trolling them like that. He would believe me. We are for. It would be a democracy dictator.
You know what?
Just start making up ridiculous terms.
You know, there's a word I never knew existed.
What?
A term that is not made up.
What?
Dictatress. Dictatress.
A dictatress.
It's a female dictator, a dictatress.
Okay, a dictatress.
Yeah, it's dead serious. It's a word, Dawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
look at me schooling you on grammar for once in my life. This will never happen again. I gotta.
Believe me.
Yeah.
He would be the best, and she would be the most beautiful dictatress. Just believe me. There would never be a better dictatress. What I can't say. It's just silly. Come on. He doesn't want to be a dictator. He was asked a question. He answered it. I'm so tired of these.
I did have to pull up. I made sure it is Merriam-Webster dictionary. Dictatress, a woman who is a dictator.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, wait. So are they suggesting Melania? Remember all the rumors that Michelle Obama?
I don't think Melania would be a dictatress in this. She would be a dictator consort.
Yeah. Consort.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I'm beautiful. I'm just a dictatress. And I would tell you, be best. I mean, it's just silly. It really is. And the media, they look like doofuses. They are not going to be judged by history very well. I'm just saying, for a friend. They're not. They look doofy.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say doofy? And you know what? None of them even have great lighting. Could CNN if they're trying to get some ratings, could they just get some better lighting?
That is a cut that hits deep for those in
Boom.
television as well.
Boom.
We got a break, Dawn.
All right.
But I
I'm
gotta
just being silly.
hear about some of those great automobiles.
Oh, Piazza?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got a guy, Dan. If you and Maisie want to head to Piazza, where are you guys? You're in the. So I usually go to. Well, there's Piazza. They're all over the area. So really, any dealership across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, they're covered.
Beautiful one.
I'm
we
just
actually
saying.
we drove past the one in Newark,
Yeah.
Delaware yesterday. It was beautiful. Yeah.
Got that going on.
Yeah.
What about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester? Remember, we were all at Westchester for the great grand opening because they had a major renovation. So whether it's seriously Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of all of the Mercedes-Benz, the sedans, the SUVs, the coupes, the roadsters, and more, from the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity that's of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or you can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A strong cold front will approach the Delaware Valley today. We'll see some showers and the chance for some strong to severe storms later this afternoon and evening. High around 76. For tonight, some showers and storms come to an end overnight with a low near 50. And for Tuesday, plenty of sunshine returns. It'll be cooler with a high near 60.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When we talk about medical news, I'm always looking at the latest studies, and several studies. I highlighted one earlier this morning. I'll get into it. A vast study studying 105,000+ people over a 30-year period, and talking about the importance of maintaining your health in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. So midlife, thinking about the importance of not eating the processed foods. And there's an opportunity in your 40s, 50s, and 60s to reverse age-related or life-related types of cancers and risks to your health. And so that's one of the focuses, one of the studies I've been talking about. Number one, National Institutes of Health, they say the number of steps taken every day may be more important for your cancer risk than the intensity of your activity. So in other words, if every day you're doing your steps, I had a conversation over the weekend with a family member about this, watching your daily activity, let's say 7 days a week, instead of saying, oh, well, I have to get to the gym and I have to lift weights and I have to power lift, etc. It's more important that you consistently get your steps in. Bottom line. How many steps do you do? Are you into this? Are you and Maisie into this, Dan?
You know, ever since we got the pup, we have Callie. We adopted a cute little pupper. She walks probably a total of 4 miles per day. Maisie does, and I'll walk the dog 1.5 miles, 2 miles because I'm a lazy bum.
But it's so important.
Yeah, no, and I gotta tell you, like my health. You remember for the longest time I would come in there and it'd stretch my back left and right, and my back was always out of place. It still kills me, but the amount that it kills me is 80% less just because I walk every day. My physical therapist sister-in-law told me the phrase "motion is lotion," and I live by it now.
Motion is lotion.
Yeah. Is that weird to hear from a sister-in-law?
No, she's
Okay.
looking out for your health.
Yeah, we're strictly talking about physical health here.
So this one, motion is lotion. So this one is the British Journal of Sports Medicine. That's where this one, the latest place it was published, but it was National Institutes of Health, University of Oxford. So they found people who engaged in light to moderate daily physical activity, just like going for a walk, that you automatically lower your risk of things like cancer. So even just a little bit of a walk, so here's the bottom line on it. It says they're looking at comparing, let's say, 5,000 steps a day, that you would lower your cancer risk. You're automatically, if you do 5,000 steps a day, which I don't think is a lot, that you automatically lower your cancer risk by 11% right off the bat. 7,000 steps a day, you're lowering your cancer risk by 16%. And if you do 9,000 steps a day, because a lot of people say do 10,000 steps, right? So it's 20+% lowering your cancer risk by 20+% with that 9,000 steps a day.
So it's a pretty well-known fact around here that I vape, but I also walk. So 5,000 steps is 2 to 2.5 miles, and I just said that's about what I walk.
See?
So does that negate one another? Am I okay vaping then?
I have no idea.
Since I walk 2.5 miles?
What are you vaping?
I don't even know.
It's not good.
Yeah.
I don't know. The vaping thing.
0 milligram nicotine. I don't know what the heck is in there.
Yeah.
Help me quit dipping, though.
Everything. So there's another story. Okay, this is just for Dan now, since you're talking about vaping and stuff.
Yeah, don't scare me.
So the other one is talking about oxygen therapy. So being from a family of firefighters, they always would talk about this if they were hungover. They had the oxygen, right?
Oh, yeah.
And how amazing that was, oxygen therapy. So you have to know what you're doing, but apparently it is amazing.
That's not new.
It's not new.
You go to the surf mall in Ocean City, they got an oxygen bar set up.
They do?
Yeah.
So apparently that is, I don't know, for you, if you vape, especially when you're trying to get off that, maybe do some oxygen therapy to reverse, other stuff.
Do we have any listeners that can make a deal, give me an oxygen tank? Like how do you get that in your house though?
You don't. No, LeBron James, like there are wealthy people, they have it in their home. But yeah, you can. There are these now that it's a pop-up oxygen party. That's a thing. I guess.
They had those in the early 2000s all the time.
They did?
I'm dead serious. Oxygen parties were
remember
indeed a thing and you could flavor them, certain flavors to, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Huh.
And then they've been looking at.
It makes sense though. You're reoxygenating your cells, right?
Yeah.
Well,
so
I guess. I'm not a doctor by any means.
I guess that's it.
The farthest thing away from a doctor you can get.
Then they have, this is researchers at the NIH developing eye drops, and they've been doing this in animals, but they say that inherited diseases, they can cure or reverse the progressive vision loss in humans.
You serious?
Yeah.
That is
these
huge.
eye drops.
So you're telling me if you know you have some kind of condition that might make you blind over the years, you can put eye drops in and potentially reverse that?
That's what they're saying.
Gosh,
Any
that's
kind of
amazing.
human degenerative eye diseases, these eye drops will slow or cure it. That's
Wow.
pretty cool, too.
That's fascinating.
I love all these studies.
Yeah. Any updates on bird flu?
No, I don't. There are no eye drops yet to reverse the bird flu, the avian. They're putting them in the chicken's eyes. You know what I mean? It's like, no, but it's pretty cool. All these different research studies, and so this is the future, though. Thinking about age reversal, and that's why now anything with stem cells, when they talk about it, it's out of pocket. Your insurance doesn't cover it, but this is all the future. You know, when you watch those futuristic space shows and they just like drop eye drops and they cure everything, that's probably the future. Seriously.
It's crazy to think, but it's true.
You know?
Wow.
if you have thoughts.
Apparently, it's now time to worry about bird flu in cats. That's why I brought that up.
know.
Don't know if you saw it. Don't know if you have any cats around, but
I
be
know.
careful.
Well, it makes sense. They're hunting and killing and eating, right? The birds. And so, what have you got? Do you have a cat? You have a dog.
No, we have the doggy. And there's absolutely no way our dog would allow a cat in the house. But this is Tim Hansen. He fed his cats a specialty pet food containing raw chicken. Go to a pet shop. It was premium raw food. It was finely ground consistency that I thought was beneficial to my cats. This was in early February. One of his cats, Kira, developed a fever, stopped eating. A test ordered by a veterinarian came positive for bird flu. Within days, Kira's condition had deteriorated. She became lethargic and had trouble breathing. After several trips to the vet and emergency room in Portland, Oregon, where Hansen lives, he made the painful decision to put Kira down. Oh,
I'm so sorry.
that's terrible.
That's horrible.
But the manufacturer of the pet food, Wild Coast Pet Foods, they had to recall a lot of the formula that Kira had consumed due to potential bird flu contamination.
I did, in fact, at the time when they were doing all those recalls, I reported on it. Just give your cat, tuna fish.
Yeah.
Not chicken.
It smells so
They love
bad.
tuna.
It smells
I know.
so bad, though.
I love tuna fish.
Not much worse than the chicken, though.
I know.
Yeah.
So we do have, and that was a big story. I had the conversation with Senator McCormick about the bird flu situation, but there are reports even this morning that bird flu could be on the cusp of transmitting between humans, but there are ways to slow down the viral evolution. I'm always curious about this, how you have something like bird flu that has been around for many decades, and all of a sudden, just out of a coincidence, all of a sudden, the evolution sped up. Isn't that weird? It's just weird, isn't it? Huh. Just curious. But disease forecasts, they're saying that these viruses that cause avian influenza, they are a potential risk and threat to our global health. So looking at that one, which the H5N1, that's what we're talking about. All right, we got to take a quick break. Appreciate you being here today. Be right back.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow.
Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I like your music choices. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we do have another SpaceX launch, right? I'm seeing SpaceX is set to launch 4 people. This is a first of its kind mission around Earth's poles. So these astronauts, you might say they're the pole dancers of the future.
Our minds went to the same place.
Right?
Mom.
Pole dancer.
Woo!
They're working the poles. So a crew of four passengers led by a crypto billionaire set to launch aboard a SpaceX capsule. It's going to carry them over the Earth's poles. And this would be the first time humans have flown on such a mission. Pretty cool. They're going to lift off. So they have another. We'll get to these astronauts. Dan found more astronaut audio from our former astronauts rescued.
You want some more from the knots?
I do.
All right. Take a listen.
What would you like to say to President Trump and Elon
Bill
Musk?
Hammer.
I respect you. I trust you. You've given me no reason not to trust you, either one of them. What they say, I can't say what they say. I haven't lived that. But I have no reason not to believe anything they say because they've earned my trust. And for that, I am grateful that our national leaders actually are coming in and taking part in our human spaceflight program, which we see is hugely important, global significance, and they take an active role. And based on the past and what we see now, with them doing that, it's refreshing. Not just refreshing, it's empowering. It's strengthening for our nation. I think it's a good thing for our nation when the national leaders, especially something that has high visibility, are involved in the process. And I'm grateful for that.
And, I'm just glad that they're involved and they take notice. And, our situation, I think I've mentioned before, maybe wasn't the perfect situation, but allowed a lot of people, including the president and Elon, to look at what's going on the International Space Station, take it very seriously, and understand that our involvement as a country, as a spacefaring nation, is really important throughout the world. And it sets an example, and it shows, our ability to be able to do the hard things, put people in space, operate in space, work in space, and then bring us back. It's important, and I appreciate that them and many more people took notice of it.
And so as all of this, as the swirl of this is happening, what's going on with Elon Musk? So just to give you some headlines here, NASA.gov, and there are many other news agencies who are releasing this, but our government confirming that NASA has awarded a launch services contract for the SpaceX Starship, so teaming up with Elon Musk and awarding SpaceX of Starbase, Texas, Elon's company. This would be a modification under the NASA launch services contract to add Starship to their existing Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launch service offerings. And so that has launched a series of headlines that Elon Musk will take over the space program. Now, I don't have that information, but the Wall Street Journal, if you saw this yesterday, 15 hours ago, had said that as well, Apple and Musk are now clashing over the satellite expansion plans. So there's this race. Obviously, all these tech companies are competing. And so does Elon Musk, I don't know how he does it, quite frankly, because he runs all this company and he's, heading up the Doge data team and all of that. And then you have, on one hand, also they're working with this Chinese crypto boss I mentioned, who's the one that is heading for both the poles in a SpaceX capsule. So all of these different billionaires, even Chinese from around the world, you think about that, all of these people, it's like a small world where they all know each other, right? What are you pointing to?
Anna Navarro disagreeing with the point you made last segment about the third term conversation. The View is now delving into it. You want some of that?
Oh, whatever. Sure.
How insane, stupid, harebrained, and
she
lawless.
Shouldn't describe herself like that. She really, that's not, she shouldn't. No, here's the thing. They say that she's a Republican and that she's this advisor. Who did she ever advise? Like in the past 20 years? Like,
it's a good question.
Way back, I don't know, way back somewhere, she did advise maybe one of the Bushes somewhere, but it's not easy to find. Way back.
She served a number of Republican administrations, including as part of the transition team for Florida Governor Jeb Bush in 1998.
Okay, 1998. Oh, yeah. 1998.
Later served as national co-chair of the Hispanic Advisory Council for John McCain in 2008 and John Huntsman Jr. in 2012.
Was what? An advisor for?
National co-chair of the Hispanic Advisory Council.
Okay.
Yeah. You want more from her? Or do you just want to?
No, I don't.
I have Sonny.
You want? Oh, here.
I actually think that he is so enamored of Putin and so enamored with power that he wouldn't mind being king, with the crooked
She's talking about her husband.
crown.
She shouldn't talk about her husband. He's having all those legal problems. No, seriously, it's just silly. And isn't it a shame that anybody would ever listen to any of these individuals? What's amazing is it's kind of like a con that these individuals have this show. They make a ton of money. They're treated like queens. They want to talk about a king. These women are treated like queens, aren't they?
They are.
How much are they paid?
Yeah.
They have private services, private cars picking them up, dropping them off. They have a huge staff that basically waits on them.
You know,
they're a bunch of queens.
Navarro alludes to this.
They are
dictatresses.
Dictatresses. What's the plural of? Are they
dictatri?
A dictatri. No, I'm just getting silly, Dan.
So you got, you walked me down. So Anna Navarro actually has some choice words, though. Take a listen.
Stupid, harebrained, and lawless. I think something he says might be. I have learned the lesson of taking him seriously.
Yes.
But what was interesting is this was a hot topic for all of us, and none of us picked it this morning because we're all on to him. He is the distractor in chief.
Ooh, her conspiracy theory is the opposite, Dawn. She thinks he's putting this out there to distract from something. You want to hear what it's from?
Okay.
Yep. So he doesn't want us to keep talking about Signalgate, which is a real threat to national security. And every day, more details are revealed that show us how incompetent and reckless his national security team is.
Okay, if you want to talk about Signalgate, did you send me this, Dan, or one of you sent me this? Do you know the woman whose last name is Maher, Catherine Maher, who's the PBS, NPR woman?
Okay.
Did you know that she's like a biggity big with Signal, the company Signal?
Really?
Yeah. So if we want to go down that Signal rabbit hole,
path,
then there's that she was on the hot seat. She was testifying right before Congress, answering why our why our tax dollars have to support public TV and radio. And then you look her up, and there she is. She's a biggity big on the Signal board. Dun dun dun. So there. That's I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but that investigation does continue. And you know what else continues? We continue because we're live and local. Tom Giordano.
Hey, Dawn, the Smithsonian and President Trump. We're going to go to our friends at the Heritage Foundation to handicap this one. I think this is a reckoning on what happened in 2020 George Floyd summer. Scott Presler in Wisconsin is not going to give up the fight. He's here at 2.
Oh, perfect. A great Dom show just ahead.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. We got Scott Presler coming today from Wisconsin, where I wouldn't say based upon every circumstance things are looking overwhelmingly good, but I know he is working to the last second to win there. The thing that got my attention the most over the weekend, though, is President Trump taking on the Smithsonian Independence Hall. Yes, Independence Hall here in Philadelphia, and the Confederate monuments. So what's going on, or what's this about? They put out a long directive, right on point. This Smithsonian Institute, which controls a bunch of institutes, has exhibits that say that things like hard work, diligence, merit, they're all white concepts. No. We're not going to continue with critical race theory here. Not in the slightest. With the Independence Hall, they're going to fund it for the 250th, but they're also cracking down over at Independence Hall in the Biden years. They had people coming in who are this group that speaks apparently across the government, that told park rangers to interpret the history they were going to tell people through their own race and racial history. And we paid for this at Independence Hall. This group on their website where I went has resistance. That's the thing they say they're all about. And we paid them to come here in 2023 and do these DEI seminars at Independence Hall Park. So this is a big one, because as I see it, we've never had a reckoning on two things. You may share that. COVID, how many times have we talked about this? The petty tyrannies, the putting people in nursing homes, killing people. We've never had a reckoning with the people who believed in this shut down speech, shut down everything, petty dictators like Wolf, who's out of office. But we've never had a reckoning with the burning down and attack on America during George Floyd's summer, blowing up ATMs, downtown Philadelphia, blowing up police cars. We've never had a reckoning on that. But what also happened is that we had taken away a lot of monuments like Robert E. Lee. Now, I'll give you one that I wouldn't be if I'm there. Doug Burgum has been charged by the President, Department of Interior, to go forth and restore the monuments that are part of history. Now, Nathan Bedford, the guy who led the Ku Klux Klan, I'm not restoring his because post the Civil War, which is different, this guy's out there leading and forming the Klan. But the others, yes. So this is a big deal. There's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. We're going to go to our friends at the Heritage Foundation at 12:30 to talk with them because they're in the forefront on this. And again, we've never had a reckoning. A little question, though, that I think you'll find. I did this once before. If you remember the answer, you remember what I'm going to do. But it is stunning to me. I have a list. Well, I had the top 100, but I just printed out the top. I have the top 41 that this was done. I won't say the entity, just to have a little fun with it so you don't Google it. It was a massive look at America's monuments. And, who do you think is number one? Abraham Lincoln's number one. But at number 7 in the top 10, it's shocking to me who's in there. It just shows you how widely important it is from the Revolutionary War. Who do you think it might be from the Revolutionary War? Not an American citizen. Not an American citizen. Joan of Arc is 18th place. Theodore Roosevelt's high. He's 16th place. Harriet Tubman, 24th place. But some of these are just, well, William Penn is 40th. I mean, these are monuments that were found nationwide. Christopher Columbus is up there. But there's one, not a U.S. citizen, number 7, Revolutionary War. Take a shot, 855-839-1210. And this gives us an idea of whom, over the years, that Americans have honored with public statues of one sort. Now, look, you can quibble over some of these, but it's pretty definitive, the people that did this. Martin Luther has 19 nationwide. Sacagawea has 20. Some of these have enormous numbers. Moses is up there. People like Moses. Put a public sculpture up to Moses. All right, so 855-839-1210. The core part of this is that Trump methodically is going step by step through all these artsy, all these groups, etc. And what he's doing is he is dismantling this piece by piece and pushing back on it. I told you, Independence Hall. The Enola Gay, Smithsonian Institute had the Enola Gay there. And they put this long diatribe up from the Japanese point of view next to it. America revolted, and it came down. This is supposed to be to celebrate America. Now, does that mean slavery didn't? Of course, we know that. How many times do we have to go through this, though? Are these groups just telling history, or is it revisionist history, trying to say America, make America great again? The bottom line is they're saying it never was great. When a kid comes out of school, now, high school across America, I made this point many times before. One tell on this should be, they're going to be asked, were they taught that America still is a racist country? Some of these high schools, I think, are teaching that. If they are, I think that's out of bounds. It is not. By any standard you want. Does it mean we don't have racists? Of course. Up and down the line. So 855-839-1210. As far as the Confederate monuments, Robert E. Lee is a perfect example. This Bedford guy I wouldn't put up. Led the Klan, started and led the Klan pretty much after the Civil War. But by and large, these were dismantled. They were toppled. You remember that. It was about dismantling everything. It was called a reckoning. Well, this is a reckoning over this reckoning that was woke and attacked America. All right, here's a case in point, Sean. This is cut, let's see. This is cut 13. This is the fired presidente of the Kennedy Center, where Trump has took over and where we're seeing a pushback, talking about and defending drag shows. Cut 13.
Conservatives charge it's too liberal, highlighting 3 drag events last year.
Was it a mistake to host drag shows?
I don't think so. I believe that everybody in America has the opportunity to be seen and to be seen at your National Cultural Center. The shows that he's referring to are 3 of the 2,000 performances that take place at the Kennedy Center.
What do you think the focus on those 3 shows was about?
I cannot actually imagine. Drag has been around for centuries. Shakespeare performed in drag. The original Shakespeare.
President Trump boycotted the Kennedy Center honors
Well, let's stop.
his...
That's enough. So Shakespeare, I don't think it was the same thing here, lady. I don't think we were going down that path. Women were not in play. We know the whole story with Shakespeare. Enough already. Kennedy Center. Well, Shakespeare did it. Shakespeare was in drag. Is Trump banning Shakespeare? So this is a full-on, all-out pushback that's going on here. Smithsonian, Independence Hall, monuments across the country. Take a shot. It always amazes me every time I see this, who America honors. Yes, Abraham Lincoln's up there. Moses is up there. Christopher Columbus. But this one is amazing that he's in the top 10, not an American citizen, but in the Revolutionary War. Big figure in the Revolutionary War. It's stunning. We even do a parade here in Philadelphia around it. So we have a lot of monuments out there. And going back to these Southern monuments is being said is going back to white supremacy. We've been down this path. If you want to put up another monument, if you want to put up something that tells the history next to it, okay. But Robert E. Lee and what happened in Charlottesville was ridiculous. And we're seeing now root and branch. I mean, imagine the Smithsonian telling people that hard work, being on time, merit, those are just white culture, white concepts. This is the stuff that Trump is pushing back on. And I'm glad he drilled down to on the Independence Hall. All right. Side question today. We found that, and maybe we'll play a little bit coming back here in a second, if you have it there, Sean, The Wire. We found that the opener for Neil Zorn, so the election, we haven't had him on TV in a while. The opener is missing. It's a case of the missing opener, the production element in the beginning. All right, so we're looking for that. And Dan concocted a new one, and we agreed. My number one theme song, along with the locale, you can add in there the pictures, the video that go along with the locale, is The Wire. All right, so I'll get Sean's a little bit later on. That's the side today. Hit us with that TV theme song / the opener. Yeah, because there's visuals here, too. It's not just the song. That you think either pops, summarizes the whole thing, or it's just beautiful. All right, and we're arguing back and forth where there's several iterations of it. Come on, The Wire theme song, to me, is just so appropriate for it. But this is a matter of all in the call today. Get your name into the hat. All right, also, give me that, who is it that you think 7th most monuments nationwide? It's just one of those anomalies. Andrew Jackson has a lot. A lot of presidents do not. They're not on here. William Shakespeare, Nathan Hale, Joan of Arc has 26. William McKinley, 27. Martin Luther, 19. Dwight Eisenhower, 17. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 17. See, I think some of it was back in the day, America used to put up more monuments. But toppling all those monuments, do you remember? Some gangs did it, mobs. Sometimes the government took them down. Trump is saying, no. We won. Is it whitewashing history, or is it just saying you're not going to beat up on America again and again and again? That's what they want to do. That's what they are doing with taxpayer dollars. No, we're not going to do that anymore. 855-839-1210. Take the Enola Gay. Yes, it's horrible. But how many American grandpas, maybe most have passed away, had those years, that would have been killed storming the islands of Japan? All right, 855-839-1210.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, that is the my bets for the side question, without a doubt. Various iterations of it. Dom Show here on Talk Radio 1210. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can get on board. We're coming to you. And who is it that is so revered on national monuments? By the way, I have a mascot story today, too, that's amazing. It's a high school, and it's similar to this thing we're talking about with monuments. A high school who changed from what was said to be an Indian, American Indian, I think they were called the Indians, to the Spartans. And now the NAACP is making national news, going after them because the mascot is the Spartans. All right, it is opening day, though, and our own Henry Michette is down at the ballpark. Hi, Henry. What's going on there?
Hey, Dom. How are you doing today? It's
Good.
a great day for a ball game. I'll say that much. Sun is shining, a little blustery for my liking, but you know what? We're all deal here. I got to say, the turnout here is amazing. A lot of people are down here playing hooky. I can't believe it. It's in the day drinking, too. We're right across the street from Xfinity Live here on the corner of Citizens Bank Parkway and Patterson Ave, so if you want to stop in, come say hi. But the vibes are very high here right now. It's looking like it's going to be a great day and a great ball game coming up later.
Sanchez today?
Sanchez today, yeah. Chrissy's going to be on the mound. Did you see he added to his fastball? He's throwing up to 98 miles an hour now.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy is, that's what makes our rotation so much better. And who leads off today?
Oh, man, I can't wait to see that. I haven't looked that up. I hope it's Schwarber.
Is that a right-hand pitcher who's pitching for Colorado? That's okay.
I don't even know who plays for the. I don't know who plays for the Rockies anymore.
They're not that good. So, Henry, where are you again? People can stop by and say hi.
We're at the corner of Patterson and Citizens Bank Parkway, right across the street from Xfinity Live. We're in Tent City, as they're affectionately calling it. We're right here with all the other radio stations, KYW, Big 98.1, TDY, and WIP. So, yeah, come say hi. I'll be here all day.
So do they have Carnival? Are they doing that this time? Is there
it's
something?
Still, yeah, so it's right? Something like that. I wouldn't say there's any Ferris wheels or anything like that, but a lot of tents, a lot of promotional stuff. Looks like a lot of free samples, too. So, yeah, come on down here.
All right. Thanks, Henry. We'll check back in with you soon.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Henry Michette at the ballpark today. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. So over the weekend, Tesla dominating the news as far as, now we saw all kinds of elements. I guess this will be cut 18, right, Sean? Here's one guy, right, that's it's the last cut, right? Here's the one guy that got caught doing something to a Tesla. Now, listen to this guy. Just a little bit of confrontation because they caught him marking up a Tesla.
Free service.
Free service? How about you pay for the repairs? Write a check. You just bought a Tesla.
I can wipe it off with a towel.
No.
It's not
it is a hate crime, sir. It is a hate crime. Did you write a swastika on there?
I'm sorry you're upset.
Did you write a swastika?
It didn't even work.
All right. Now, the confrontations of some of these people, the Georgetown Tesla, for example, these are very liberal women, a number of them probably upper middle class, out there dancing, having a party every week, attacking Elon Musk. Musk in Wisconsin, which is must win, gave away again at a rally a couple $1 million. I think two people each got $1 million there in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, be on the lookout for this. Here's where this is going to go. The betting markets, and Musk made mention of this last night. And we'll talk to Scott Presler. There could be a rally here. Things could always be different in this. You have a couple things at play. The point is, if we lose in Wisconsin to the Supreme Court, the argument's going to be that rural Wisconsin did not come out for Trump. You're going to hear this now. And that means there's pushback because of the tariffs. Now, I'm not a fan of the tariffs, as you know, or all the tariffs, let's say that, or the helter-skelter of the tariffs. I get what he's trying to do in some of them, the reciprocal tariffs. But the argument's going to be the Trump base is now mad at Trump if we don't win the Supreme Court there. What I think is more likely is what Scott Jennings, this is cut 12, Sean, what Scott Jennings said yesterday on CNN about the voters that have come into the Republican Party, these Trump voters, and I'm going to add something to it. These are low propensity voters. And that's what happened, I think, in Lancaster when we lost that Senate seat, cut 12.
Here's what I think about these elections, and the Republican Party has to sort of come to grips with the new reality, which is we've traded a lot of the highest propensity voters to the Democrats, but a lot of new lower propensity voters have come in the Republican Party. What is the real world effect of this? Number one, it's great for presidential elections. Ask Donald Trump. That's how he won last November. But for off-year, off-cycle, special, midterm, anything not happening under a presidential election, these kinds of lower propensity voters just simply don't have a history of turning out as much. And so one of the things Republicans have to do, and I think we will win in Florida, but one thing we have to do is condition these new people in the Republican Party, hey, voting in every election is vital. Don't just turn out every 4 years. Turn out whenever there's something on the ballot. That's something that I know the top strategists in the party are stressing, but it may take some time to condition these new folks to become regular voters.
Problem, Scott, is we don't have any time. The midterms are on the horizon. So it's a mixed bag here. These low propensity voters that we're talking about may or may not come out in Wisconsin here. It's only a state Supreme Court race. They don't connect the dots. Is it their low propensity voters, or it's another name for if Trump's on the ballot, they want to come out, and that's all that they want to do? Because if that's the case, we have to face it, and we have to make more appeals, including the president, to say, I am on the ballot. Right now, I am on the ballot. On every one of these races, if you don't show up and vote, you're voting against Trump. You're voting against me. It's not just some faceless Republican there you don't care about. I'm a lawyer. I just want to know when Trump's going to be on the ballot. If you don't show up and vote, you're going to stop all this. It will stop at the midterms. It'll start to tamp down a bit now. People will be putting the narrative out there that this vote is against Trump. It's people not wanting Trump. That's where it will be. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board. A lot of narrative over the weekend, the Inquirer narrative over the weekend about Tesla. I'd love to hear the change here over the weekend is that we've seen people coming out now that are on the pro-Elon Musk, or really they're anti the rabble on the other side of the street. I see in New Jersey, central New Jersey, and Newark, Jersey, there was almost a parody, if not more people there defending Tesla. I don't know in Bucks. It looked like the Bucks people, the mob, the Indivisibles, and the others. It looks to me like they had more people. Probably did in Cherry Hill, too. It's Jersey, after all. But we are starting to see at these protests, at these rallies, more people with the American flag, more people supporting Tesla and Elon Musk. We're absolutely seeing that play out. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit me on the side question. Just let us know that all-time theme song. Sean, did you think of yours?
Yeah, I actually did.
Okay.
The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air
That's a great one,
theme
yeah.
song. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones.
Okay. All right, we'll play some of these, too, when people call in with them. Get in now at 855-839-1210. Don't wait till a logjam at 2:30. Coming up, we're going to talk with Mike Gonzalez from the Heritage Foundation. He's one of the leading figures there. And Mike is one of the guys that is aiding and abetting and has been duking it out with the Smithsonian Institute, with Independence Hall, with all these government out. They get tremendous amount of taxpayer dollars. And what are they doing? Nothing other than attacking America. So it's not telling. How many times have we been through this with critical race theory, et cetera? Is it telling the story of America to say it's white culture that values merit, being on time, going to school, all those? Is that white culture? It's pretty demeaning to everybody else, is it not? That's what they were putting up. I told you here at Independence Hall, they wanted things talking about the history of Independence Hall to be channeled through race. Really? That's what we're spending all this money training on? And then the summer of George Floyd, 2020, we toppled a lot of these monuments, which are historic, particularly the Robert E. Lee situation. So you're going to see a massive battle over this. The other side says all they're doing is telling the story of America versus what I see them doing, what the Trump administration sees them doing, is just running down America. All right, so we'll talk with Mike Gonzalez about all that. With the Tesla stuff, the only thing I object to with Elon Musk, I'm looking at a guy over the weekend. He did this in New York. Coming out of New York on some highway, driverless car, he said, 100 miles an hour. The driverless car, to me, I don't care what geniuses line up on the other side. I'm going to be against. I just, the carnage that's already happened with this. Now, somebody disabled that wants to, I understand the argument there. Short of that, though, you know, this is not something that we should be countenancing, and we are with Elon Musk. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Mike Gonzalez from the Heritage Foundation and take you inside a little bit what they're seeing as far as what Trump just unleashed in the last couple of days. This is a big battleground. This is a lot of stuff. And I'll give you a little bit more on the top monuments that we have nationwide. Abraham Lincoln is number one. I think Grant is pretty, you can understand why Grant, Civil War. A lot of these things were done post-Civil War into the early part of the century. And then maybe we don't put up so much. You go along the drives in Philadelphia, you'll see a lot of monuments that are pretty dated. It's not something we do as much anymore. But this guy was not an American citizen. Number 7 out of these hundreds of them nationwide. All right, Mike Gonzalez, Heritage Foundation. You're with Dom, 855-839-1210.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
7.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey Families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The city of Camden hopes to sell prime land on the waterfront to any developer who will build homes and stores. Philly restaurants are getting ready for the 35th annual Dining Out for Life to benefit people living with HIV. And Citizens Bank Park is voted the best ballpark in the country by USA Today.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
All right, that's a great theme song. We'll take your calls coming up here. But first, Mike Gonzalez from the Heritage Foundation has been our guest many times over the years, and they are our champions here in this great battle with the Smithsonian and others. Mike, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, Tom, I saw your Phillies beat the Nats Saturday. I'm sorry to say.
You were at the game?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't think the Nats are that good this year. What are you looking for?
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. There were more Phillies fans at Nats Stadium than there were Nats fans.
Well, the team isn't bad, and the starting pitcher was great the opening game, Mike, but the bullpen, oh my God. Not good.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Middle relief, unless they're not going to win 10 games with that bullpen. It's unbelievable.
I would agree with you. That number of walks, et cetera. So, Mike, current book, bring me up to date because I think we had you on with Katie Gorka a while back, right? Is that the current book?
Yeah, that's the Next Gen Marxism, what it is and how to combat it. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us today. I asked her if she could. She loves to do your show, as do I. The book has been selling really well, and it's going to have a paperback edition. I just went to Spain for the Spanish edition, and there's going to be a Polish and a Hungarian and an Italian edition coming up this year. So a lot of interest in it.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's ripped right from the headlines, and keep us abreast of that when it's in paperback, too. We'll get you guys back and promote it. Speaking of which, your travels, though, before we get to the Smithsonian, I saw something a while ago, and I think you were writing it, people were writing about you, that you were in various places where this kind of Trumpian populism was taking off across Europe and other places. You know, maybe they're not winning every election. Maybe they're not controlling the government per se, but there's quite a lot of it going on.
Yeah, I mean, what I've been noticing, by the way, I am traveling way too much. I was in Europe, in England and Spain last month, and then this month I've been in Peru, Paraguay, Mexico City, and in Panama, and next month, and I'm just going to travel to a bunch of European countries. And what I'm seeing, Dom, is that, we have a Republican Party, and inside you have a MAGA wing, and you have the Rhino wing. But what's happening in Europe, they have a proliferation of parties in Europe and Latin America, is you have conservative parties emerging that are the MAGA conservatives, the MAGA in each country. In Vox in Spain, Rassemblement in France, to a lesser degree, you have the Alternative for Deutschland in Germany, you have Fidesz in Hungary, and then you have Rhino parties that are conservatives who refuse to take the culture war seriously. But all we've seen with Trump is a very determined, disciplined approach to the culture war, which is just simply, they started the culture war. Let's be honest here. The left started it. They captured a lot of territory that we conservatives, we must say this with humility, we let them have. We ceded this ground. And now you see Trump with the Smithsonian, with NPR, that testified last week to a congressional subcommittee. Across the board, you see the Trump administration and DOJ and the people who know what time it is in Congress being very determined about taking back this cultural ground.
Yes, and it's some of it's low-hanging fruit. Now, let's go to the harder part, maybe, the Confederate monuments. See, I see this, too, as my narrative is this is the day of reckoning for what happened in the George Floyd summer when we went wild and we were tearing down everything, blowing up stuff, et cetera. How do you see it? What will happen with the Confederate monuments?
I think some of them will come back. Depends. It'll be a case-by-case basis. And this was meant as reconciliation, by the way. I think I think it was the day after Lee surrendered, there was a band outside the White House, and they asked Lincoln what he wanted to play, and he said, "Play Dixie." And that was the need to bring the country together after such a bloody butchery. There was the Civil War. But I think that what we're seeing is look. I remember taking my son when he was a kid. He was an 11-year-old kid, and about 5 years ago, to an NBA game. And I didn't know this. I took him with a friend of his, and it was Pride Night, and it was the halftime show was just a sexualized. People were writhing, and I was looking at my son and his friend who was both 11. I'm like, they're not prepared for this. They're not.
Right.
How do they compute this? How do they? And so, and I said to myself, how did we lose this ground? How did we allow this to happen? So the NBA was filled with families. So what we're seeing is it's an attempt to say right. And you're right. In 2020, Dom, we nearly lost the country. We nearly lost the country. There was an attempt. Many good-minded people, many good-minded Americans accepted the lie that we're systemically racist, accepted the lie that we're an oppressive society. I was born overseas, Dom. I have lived at least a year in 7 countries. I travel constantly. I can compare and contrast. It is not just a lie, but a damn lie that we're a systemically racist or an oppressive country. We're not an oppressive society, period, paragraph. And people accepted that, and we nearly lost the country. Now I think Americans are taking back the country.
Yes, I agree with you completely. And Mike, you said something, too. This time around, whether it's Trump or maybe better people around that know they're drilling down on this, they're not just flying off. This is a very detailed thing they put out. Not just he gets wound up at a speech and says something, then they don't do it. This is very, including taking on Independence Hall because some of the stuff they were doing here.
Yeah, no, I have been very impressed by just commenting on the domestic, leaving aside foreign policy, the domestic agenda is they know exactly. These are people who know what time it is, and I think a lot of people did a lot of good work in the time between the victory and the inauguration.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. Yeah, we're on the road here. So When do you anticipate the paperback coming out?
The paperback's going to come out in, I think it's September.
Okay.
I'll let your producers know.
Okay.
Katie and I are very happy with it, and we're very happy with the success of the book all around.
Absolutely. Mike, thank you. Thanks very much. Say hello to Katie for us, too. We'll get the two of you on the next time.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Dom.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Mike Gonzalez from the Heritage Foundation here on Talk Radio 1210. 855-839-1210. Now, they're the principal people setting up some of the framework for this battle. Here we go again. The same kind of stuff. And you heard what he said. We almost lost the country, 2020. This is a day of reckoning, coming back to what happened then and making it right. Corporate America went crazy. Now they're trying to get back into the fold somewhat. Places like Independence Hall went crazy, toppling monuments. Now, I'm not saying every one of these Confederate monuments every one, Bedford, I think it's Bedford, the KKK, I'm not putting that one back up. But someone like Robert E. Lee, it's case-by-case basis. All right, the person who is number 7 out of the most number of monuments, according to the National Geographic, they did a massive surveying, is Pulaski. Pulaski, general, came here, Poland, obviously. Revolutionary War. I'm not sure why. They didn't say why America took to this guy that much. But you could see Abraham Lincoln, Moses, Columbus, people like that. There are a lot of monuments still across America to them. So this is where we're headed next. And the other side immediately saying, well, this is just fascism, wanting to put these things up again. White supremacy. That's why we're going where we're going. All right, let me go to Stephen Langhorne. Steve, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Steve, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. For the side question or the theme song you were talking about,
yes.
I was thinking the one from the Archie Bunker show, which I don't even know what the Archie Bunker show was called, but All in the Family. Yeah, All in the Family. All in the Family. Those were the days.
Absolutely. That's a great one, Steve. It matches very much what the theme of the family was, and it's sung out loud. It's pretty lengthy at the beginning of All in the Family. All right, so everybody's got one. Tell me the one. Is it the locale? How does it exemplify the show? All this because we lost the thing we used to play for Neil Zorn, and we put together another one, and The Wire was the one that all three of us, I think, thought, wow, this is incredible. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. You heard Mike Gonzalez. I think this is a big issue, to put it mildly. There's going to be a lot of pushback on this. It gets back to taxpayer dollars. The big story the next couple of days is what happens in Wisconsin. In Florida, one of the seats up for special election, I think, is going to go the Republicans' way. The other up for Mike Waltz, who took over as National Security Advisor, I think is very, very close in Florida. So is it telling us the other side's enraged and they're going to win? I told you, and I played what Scott Jennings said, what I think I'm afraid of in Wisconsin. And I think President Trump has to just morning, noon, and night be more blatant. I get it. Well, come on, Dom, he's doing all these other things. Well, guess what? You're not going to be doing all these other things if they stop us in the midterms. And the way that happens is they get a sniff of hope with all these things going on now. And then we move forward. Meanwhile, over in Jersey, coming up, I'll get into it, several people over the weekend saying the two candidates, the Republican candidates, major candidates, they're duking it out for the MAGA lane. So in Jersey, at least, any number of Republicans are getting it. You got to be with Trump in Jersey. Yeah, but we don't want to be with Trump. We just want to be pretending we're Republican. Trump did very well in Jersey. Is that the ticket to winning the governor's house? All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. It's said that you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with the ancient crossroads of civilization, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans. They've all left their cultural mark. Join me for the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. So I'll be headed to Europe again, going with the best tour operator. Of course, we only go with the conservative tours. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy, I've told you about them multiple times. It's because they're unbelievable. The wine flows, the food, bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All you have to do, get started. Call them now. That's the simplest thing. 888-733-9494. Or the website, conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour, visit the locales from all three movies. The crown jewel of Sicily, that has to be Taormina. And I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, picturesque, and always a country within a country. We'll all be together in Savoca. Call 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oi, the way Glenn Miller played.
Songs that made the hit parade.
Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days.
All right, theme songs today. Coming off the fact we can't find it for Neil Zorn. Think a little bit outside the box. It's all in the call. Why that theme song pops, why it sticks out, and maybe what they show, the locale. And I mentioned this early on. It's amazing. A school in Suffolk County, New York, national news now. You have the local NAACP is suing a local school district there over its new sports team mascot, which they claim is racially problematic and discriminatory. The Brentwood Union Free School changed its team's name to the Spartans from the Indians. All right, you can't do Indians. Remember this over in Radnor? They had the Red Raiders, then they just said the Raiders, and they went wild. No, they're never going to give it up. And I think they made it something that is a raptor or something. Crazy thing. You know, something nobody knows, can't be offended by it. And they'll still be offended by it. So the guy who's the architect of this lawsuit says that adopting the Spartans name after the school year is racist. It's problematic, too, because he's the father of 2 girls who are students in the district. And it's a symbol of white supremacy, first of all, the Spartans. But then there were no female Spartans. Now, just think about this. In ancient Sparta, just think what it was like to qualify for that team. You win or you come home on your shield. That's where we got that from. The Spartans at Thermopylae against the Persian hordes, 300 or so of them, blocking the pass. And this guy's suing because what are his daughters going to do? None of the Spartans were females. Oh, my God. And he's the head of the local NAACP. So this kind of ties into what we started talking about. It ties into the whole issue of the Smithsonian's rewriting American history. And when you get to these school mascots, now, over the years, you know, we've talked about some of them. All right, maybe they were a little bit backward. You can't have that today. But the Spartan is white supremacy. Now, it's Michigan State, right? Michigan State, at least, there might be several that have the Spartans. They like the idea of Spartan. Spartan lifestyle. Train all the time. Win or come home on your shield. That's what it comes down to. I think Athens, I'd have to say, beat them in the end, but I'm not sure about that. And that's not a role model for a football team? No. What about the females? They were not involved in Spartan warfare. Can you imagine telling the Spartans, we got a bunch of females on the other side. WNBA teams on the other side. Oh, yeah. Let's see what they're made of. My God. All right, let's go to Bill in Montco. Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, good afternoon, and go Phils.
Yep.
For the side question, the theme song from Cheers, because it's a great song. The actual intro, the old-fashioned Cheers, the sketches, really just frame the show very perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. Cheers got to be in the top 10 at least. We'll see if it's the winner at the end. All right, here's what we're going to do. I told you that the new situation that happened over the weekend is at the Tesla protest, there were counter-protesters. We'll see what we have one of the leaders on, one in Jersey. What were they protesting for? Are they really, for the car, for Elon Musk, or just saying this is completely unfair? It's ridiculous. And that's the change now. Are Americans going to go there to these things and push back and say enough with the crazies? Because I don't know about buying cars. These are expensive cars. How many people are going to buy a car and protest? I I wouldn't recommend that. Also, Henry at the ballpark, we'll check in with him. I think the crowd's starting to get there by now. And there is a good bit of excitement around the Phillies after kind of a dull off season after seeing what they did over the weekend. A couple of sports stories, too, that we'll probably hit tomorrow. It looks like my guys down the hall at WIP and others think there's a shot, I wouldn't call it 50-50, that tomorrow the owners may vote out the tush push. It's just, you know what this is about? This is about, even in the NFL, these whiners, parody, because they can't do it. See, it's bigger than just the Eagles can do it and these teams can't. The NFL is socialist. It's parody. Everything's parody. Nobody's able to get a jump on anybody else, and they're mad. The Eagles have something they can't do. And your New York Yankees over the weekend, one game, they hit 9 home runs. Apparently, they're using torpedo bats, which are legal. They put more wood in a sweet spot where most players hit the ball. Some guy named Lenny from MIT is on the payroll. Oh, man, the Phillies got to get a Lenny from MIT. Bidding war. You can bid anything you want. Tell him we'll give you double. Come over with us. He developed this bat. 9 home runs in one game. It makes all the sense in the world. It better distributes the weight of the bat and puts more wood, makes it a bigger. It's like golf. If you play golf, where there's a sweet spot. So is MLB going to ban the bat now? No. Let the other teams get the bat if they want. Can they use it effectively, like Aaron Judge? 1 game, 3 home runs. Can you imagine, though? It's bigger than the tush push. My gripe is, particularly the NFL, everything is about making every team, if possible, 500. That way there's a rooting interest in every city. It's ridiculous. The Eagles are always going to be better at this. Their offensive line's bigger and better. Their quarterback is. Their coaching is. Would they really take it away? Yeah, they might. Because anything they can't compete with, the NFL seems to side toward this argument. No, you can't do it. We're all in this together. Every game's got to be close. That's not why I watch sports. All right, we'll ask Emery about that too. And he's at the ballpark. We'll get you caught up. Well, home opener today. A lot of excitement. And hit us on the side question too. You're with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's Rob Beto with Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoyed it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right, Eric Simpkin apparently is one of the leaders. We said the newest thing that happened, yes, they had turnout sort of in most places, a number of places. The mob going after Elon Musk, going after America, the whole thing. But this is the first time we've seen counter-protest, if you will, or let's see how Eric Simpkin would describe it. He's one of the leaders over in Jersey of people that showed up waving the American flag. And what else were they saying? I don't think they were chanting from phony chant cards that people were caught with, these big cards with printing on them in case they forgot their chants. You would think that the chants would be heartfelt, you know, as they're dancing up and down. Why would they need pictures? Why would they need cheat cards in order to remember the chants? Let's go to Eric Simpkin over in Jersey. Eric, welcome to the station. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here as always. And I just want to start off by saying how much the conservative voices appreciate the platform that you provide for us to be heard. It's something that, you know, that helps us in every battle that we go into. And a lot of these battles are very similar. And speaking of similar, these are basically the same group of outside agitators that we face with, you know, the pro-Hamas and pro-terrorist type agitators. Mm-hmm. This group of charmers is actually called Indivisible.
Yes.
Their local chapter is actually called Cooper River Individual, which is CRI. And their website, just so people know so they can track what's going on, is cooperriverindivisible.org. And basically what they do is they are funded directly through, in part, by George Soros. The Indivisible, on a national level, they took in about $7.6 million from George Soros. And I would assume, and if I had the receipts, I'd certainly be happy to share, that they're probably getting a whole bunch of USAID money, too, which is probably why they're so upset.
So, they were over in Cherry Hill on Route 70, which is Carr Row there, Eric. And this is the first time this past week, en masse, we've started to see people push back. So first question listeners might ask, why show up and do that? What's accomplished by doing that in your view?
So I am the Republican chairman of the Voorhees Township Republican Committee, and I'm very active on the Camden County Republican Committee. And I spoke to our great chairwoman, whose name is Kimberly Stewart, and I said, we can't just sit idly by and let invaders come into our towns. This is our county. These are our towns. And if we just let people come without any sort of presence, it makes it almost give the appearance that it's okay and we're accepting this. And I understand that a lot of people are concerned because, these people, it's like walking into a pit of vipers. But I'll tell you the truth, they don't have any venom because they're hired help. Mm-hmm. And if you've ever seen the movie The 300, King Leonidas was with 300 soldiers, and he started asking each one of them, what's your profession? I'm a potter. What's your profession? Oh, I'm a sculptor. What's your profession? I'm a blacksmith. And he turns around to his 300 soldiers, and he says, Spartans, what is your profession? And they're professional soldiers. I'm no professional soldier. I'm an American dad that wants to provide the best place for his family to live. And if we just allow these outside agitators to come in, they had 700, maybe even 1,000 people there. I had 20 to 30. We were proud to raise our American flags. And I had signs made that said, we heart Elon, we heart Doge, we heart Tesla, and we heart America. And where the Democrats used to be considered the party of love and unity, they're lost. The left has left love and unity to the side, and we as Republicans need to send the message that we are accepting, we are peaceful, we are into prosperity, and we're into a future that Elon Musk would say is going to be amazing. And that's what I believe in the American spirit that's being kindled by standing up against these radical lunatics.
So was there any interaction with the other side, Eric?
Sure. So I got there, and these were some great people that own local businesses right there on Route 70, right in front of Atlas Paint Store. And I walked in right into their store and said, my name's Eric Simpkin. I'm here to basically defend our republic here, and I'm going to just be unloading some stuff with our signs. And we went right into the Viper Pit. And, yeah, there were some agitators that would come up, one of which actually said, show us what Elon did with that sign he did. I said, oh, my heart's with you, my heart's with you. And he's like, see, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. But here's the problem. I get away with that because why? Yeah. I'm Jewish, okay? And I told him, I said, you're being preposterous. I said, you've now encountered the first Jewish Nazi. Have a nice day. Granted, listen, a lot of people have followers, these types of people. The type of people that follow me are the type of people that are looking to protect me. So I had plenty of voluntary private security that let me know that they were there, in the background. And if anything were to happen, don't worry. Nothing like that's going to happen because these are a bunch of wet noodles. They'd be scared to even have an altercation beyond words.
So, Eric, let me go big picture with you here, too, and see where you are, since obviously you are somebody very active, very savvy, like your message a lot. The governor's race coming up, we have two main contenders left here now, pretty much, in the primary. What are you thinking about this? What are people telling you we know affordability is the issue, but that ought to be a box to check for Republicans. But can they be more Trumpian and succeed where you are, Voorhees, Cherry Hill, and the like?
Okay, so that brings a great point up, actually. And I know that it's a contentious race in the primary, but I have no problem with getting behind two candidates that had different views on things. And, I would say that Jack Ciattarelli has, strong views on taxes and finance, of course, but we'd expect that box to be checked, as you mentioned. What I look for is a candidate that's going to be strong on the social issues. Me personally, I was the first municipal chairman, possibly in the state, to come out and openly endorse Bill Spady for governor.
Okay.
I've been following him for several years. He's a South Jerseyan. He's from Cherry Hill, graduated Cherry Hill East High School. I don't work in his campaign. I'm completely independent. But these are just the views and opinions that I've shaped over a couple of years of being involved in the Republican Party here. I do feel that Bill he'll do a much better job in representing our views as far as school choice, universal school choice with payment vouchers, and the death of DEI, which really has to happen in New Jersey. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is really going to be the demise of our state. It was almost the demise of our country and our republic, if you really think about it. And I'm for people getting along, common sense approach to things, and I truly believe that Bill Spady is the person that's going to deliver. And we've already had a couple of experiences with Jack Ciattarelli where he wasn't able to bring out the voters to win the election in the general. So that's kind of my perspective on the governor's race.
Okay, Eric, where do we find you? You don't have to give out a number. I wouldn't do that. But for more people, because there's going to be more of this, is there a Facebook? Do they go to Voorhees Republicans? Where do they go?
All right, you can find me on Facebook. It's EricSimkin. I'm not here to hide. I don't have any sock puppet accounts. I'm very out in the public, and like I said, I have a lot of people to look out for my safety. I'm never worried about that. And I also have a website, ericsimkin.com. Those would be the two best ways to reach me. Feel free to direct message me on Facebook if you wish. send me a friend request, and follow what I'm doing. It's not for any personal gain. I have nothing to gain from my own personal interest other than electing good officials and making sure that New Jersey remains to be the best place to raise a family. So no interest will come above the public interest when you're talking to me. I'm not paid for, I'm not sponsored by, and I certainly will just give the real heart-to-heart information that people are looking for.
Thank you, Eric, very much. Keep us in the loop. Let Dan know, and we'll talk again. Thank you. Thanks for what you're doing, Eric, very much.
Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America.
Eric Simpkin. All right, so we're starting now. You could say, well, you only had 20 there. Now, remember, the other side's fired up. They have a target here, et cetera. You're going to see more of this, and I agree with them that they're showing up at these events, pushing back on the other side, and there is the issue of how many of these people are paid one way or another. The indivisible groups, they faced this when we had Don Trump Jr. here. But after Dan and me and saying, how many rubles were you paid tonight? I wish I had exchanged and had some rubles to give him. All right, you got the side question today. Hit us with that all-time TV theme song. It's not just the song. It's the whole vibe. It's the whole background of it, what it does to bring you back to the show, since we didn't have it for our buddy Neil Zorn. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, the White House, now they've been criticized on this whole thing of the press person, Caroline Leavitt. They are going to change the briefing room seating chart. Now, why would you do that? Why would you? They still want the so-called legacy media there because you want reach on whatever the president's spokesperson says. But maybe they're not in the front row. How about that? Maybe they get pushed to the back because it tampers down a little bit what they're used to doing, which is hijacking the whole thing, not being interested in any point other than attacking. So there's going to be a new seating chart coming up, I think, pretty soon here. And I think you are hearing different voices there. That's all a good thing. By the way, over the weekend, too, President Trump did talk about, I'm looking here to see the Putin cut. The president did talk about Putin, and Putin is not living up to his end of the bargain, and if he keeps it up, there are going to be tariffs on his oil. Now, I think this is a great example. I'm glad to see Trump doing this. I'm glad to see this moving forward. Of course, he's talked about Zelensky and what Zelensky has to do. But now we have him pushing back publicly. I'm sure he was privately, but publicly on also on Putin. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Scott Presler today at 2 o'clock. Been texting with him over the weekend. And, he takes these things to heart. That loss in the Pennsylvania Senate, some of these guys just move on. Not him. He's, even more effort in Wisconsin. And he'll tell you how you can help here in the last 24 hours in Wisconsin to text people if you choose. I think he set a goal of 81,000 texts at one point in a specific area, and he got them from people. That's how intense this battleground is. And it seems to me that you're going to hear the narrative. They're just waiting on Tuesday night, the lazy media, that people voted against Trump in Wisconsin because of what he did with tariffs and the agriculture department and rural. I don't know if they're voting against anything. They're just not showing up. That's the issue the Republican Party has to face. If Trump's not on the ballot, how do we get this motherload of these new voters out there? I think some of it falls on the president, and I would do it right now toward the midterms, making the point that if you don't show up and vote in the midterms, you're voting against President Trump. He is on the ballot. The Trump agenda is on the ballot. It's a tough thing, though. Sadly, and that's where mail-in balloting, that's where all these other things come in for these low-propensity voters. And if you still are fighting the battle with me over mail-in ballots, you just got to stop it. You don't want to win. You just have something in your head, and you're going to lose. That's what happened here in Lancaster County. If you're not for mail-in ballots, you want to lose. Many times you're going to lose. Even if it's a mail-in ballot and you show up and drop it off, you have days to do that versus just one day on Election Day. Are we going to keep on doing that when Trump's not on the ballot? This backward thinking and continuing to lose. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls next. Henry Machette, our guy. Henry is at the ballpark. Should be right around now. A lot of people streaming in. We'll get a little update, and then we'll take more of your calls with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's engagement season. Get proposal ready at Family & Company Jewelers during their Viraggio Bridal Show, April 17th through the 19th. They're bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show, only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kale and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
All right, Phillies hot ticket again. You heard that little promo. Dom Giordano show and opening day. You know, even when it's the opening day that is not the opening day, the home opening day is always, it's a rebirth of spring, and thank God it's sunny out. You're going to hear from the first time we had him on, more and more people out there at the ballpark. Henry Machette is there too. Henry, what's happening?
Hey, Dom. Yeah, great to talk to you guys again. It's crazy. It's the lines opened shortly after we spoke last time, but there seemingly is more people out here than there were, hours ago when everyone was waiting in line. It's really an impressive sea of red, white, blue jerseys everywhere. Open containers as far as the eye can see as well. It's quite the spectacle. And yeah, thank God it is sunny. I mean, I don't know how I could be doing this if it was gray, if it was windy, if it was rainy like they were expecting at first. I mean, what a beautiful day for a ball game, and it really does feel like the rebirth of spring, as you said.
All right, Phillies lineup. Do we have that now? I'm interested to see.
We do, yeah. The lineup cards dropped, yeah. So, just like I had said earlier, leading off at the DH spot is Mr. Kyle Schwarber, and that's not necessarily because German Marquez, the Rockies starting pitcher, is a righty. It's more that Trey Turner is out for the third straight game with some back issues. I don't know if he's overextending himself a little bit.
Is that legit, or is it a sense they were benching him? You think it's just, they wouldn't be benching him.
They can't bench him this early in the season. No way.
So takes his place again?
So Kyle Schwarber's taking his place at DH, at least at the top of the lineup card
Right.
versus a righty. Batting second, and this is exactly where he should be. At third base, Alec Boehm. I think that's a fantastic one. Like great contact guy to maybe move the runners along. Batting third, playing first, Bryce Harper, of course, right where he belongs as well. Cleanup's a bit of a shocker. Catching JT Realmuto.
That's
I don't
a bad
know if I
cleanup
agree
hitter.
with that.
That's a really bad cleanup hitter.
Yeah, I might have one of these two guys come up
Yeah.
next behind him if I were the Phillies, and that would be the left fielder Max Kepler.
Okay.
Max Kepler, obviously new addition to the team this year, but is a guy who has had plenty of power in the past. So we'll see how he does today in that slot. In right field, it's Nick Castellanos, of course.
Right.
Streakiest hitter on the team. He's he's a very feely guy. So we'll see if he can feel one out today, hit a home run for the home team. Batting seventh, Bryson Stott. At second base. In center field, we got Brandon Marsh batting eighth, and playing short in place of Trey Turner is none other than Edmundo Sosa.
And Marsh did pretty well over the week after the opening day embarrassment. He was pretty good. Yeah.
Well, it's seemingly like the last season he started out incredibly hot. He had an incredible April. I think he was one of the players of the month for April, if I'm not mistaken. And then it seems like he likes he likes springtime just as much as anyone. We'll see if he can continue that streak today. I don't know. Maybe we have to cook up a little parlay here. Maybe some Brandon Marsh hits on that.
All right. And
what do you think?
Yeah, I think he looked pretty good over the weekend. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Game time is 3:00.
First pitch is 3:05. All the festivities are already underway, and I suggest you all come down here.
Henry? Do you know who's throwing out the first pitch?
I don't know off the top of my head. No, that's a very good question.
Okay. Let's see if we can find that out for the next one.
I'll try and find that out for the next time.
Yeah.
But I just to entice people to try and come over here. I mean, there's a lot of free stuff going out here. There's free mozzarella sticks. There's free chips. There's free snacks. There's free sodas. And plus, as a bonus, you get to meet me. I'm rarely out in the wild like this. So if you really want to come see me, you know where to find me at the corner of Citizens Bank Parkway and Patterson Ave.
All right. Thanks, Henry. A lot of free stuff there. That's nice. Thanks, Henry. All right. We'll check back in with Henry a little bit later. Yeah, throwing out the first pitch is always interesting, particularly home opener. Over the weekend, a lot of debate. Then I'm coming to your calls again around RFK Jr. and soda at this point. All right, so I've dug into the camp that I think, look, people on food stamps, if legitimate, should not be denied soda. Suddenly, I hear all these conservatives running around because RFK Jr. says it, saying that soda is poison. Soda's not good for you. We all know that. It's not poison, though. Can we stop it with this? Holier than thou. I don't drink soda. It's poison. And RFK Jr. apparently over the weekend is saying he's going to mandate this be left up to the states. So I don't think either Jersey or Pennsylvania, and this is going to be interesting, particularly Jersey, is going to be caught up kind of here, always lecturing about things health-wise. And yet, I don't think they're going to say you can't get soda if you're on food stamps. I don't think Pennsylvania's going to say it. I don't think Delaware is going to say it. Love to know, though, what you say. Are you in a camp that says, yeah? Now, is this because you think these people are illegitimately on food stamps? And substantial numbers of people, without a doubt, should not be on food. Substantial numbers. We could argue over it as a third, 40%, 50%, maybe more. But those are legitimate. Do we really want to say, I can't get over, it's like the soda tax to me. Yep, you're not getting soda. It's poison. RFK Jr. has said it. The other thing is so-called healthy sodas now are out there and they're under fire. I've never had one of these that I know of. Prebiotic soft drinks that are selling crazily. Are they friendly to your body? Apparently, there's something in them, too, that, the U.S. sales of prebiotic soft drinks jumped from 33 million in January 2022 to 770 million in January 2025. Wow. You've seen the ads for some of these. Olipop is one. Pepsi has this poppy drink. 1.95 billion they sold of that. So these are things that are supposed to be good, fibrous, but some people claim there's a cancer residue to this stuff. more cases of cancer. My point is, how far are we going to go with this? I think the lane for RFK Jr. to me, taking the red dye, things of that nature that are unnecessary, out of cereals and other things. Big debate over how much do they need to put into products to preserve them because they'll be on shelves. A fight to cut back on that, I'm on board with. But when he starts talking about going after farmers and all on this stuff, big ag, okay, I get it. But the average farmer, I'm not seeing that. And you're never going to hear me say soda is poison. I'm not saying it. Do we have to say that now? Soda's not good for you. A modicum of soda in your life, though, is not going to poison you. Do you believe now that soda is poison? And we ought to just say it. And the only soda I've had the last 6 months would be a little bit upset stomach, take some ginger ale. Literally. I don't remember any soda. I have any taste for it. I'm not holier than thou. Do I think it's poison, though? Give it a rest. Let's not sound like the other side here. That's the type of stuff they say. But these prebiotic sodas now are under scrutiny because they do have something good, but there's a cancer risk here. So what will these 3 states do? How many states do we think are going to outlaw soda buying if you're on SNAP, if you're on food stamp benefits? I think it could come down to maybe 25 to 30 that will outlaw it. I like this, that it's each state should have some say in this. And are Republicans really going to be in Harrisburg arguing, yes, we need to ban soda from SNAP benefits? I think some of them are. Well, it is poison, Dom. Are you on that side? These are treacherous lanes here. RFK Jr.'s got several lanes that are the most exciting thing imaginable. And I've talked about them, where those lanes are. Now, he's instituted a subcommittee for vaccine injuries as a result of vaccination to look into that. I think that's a good lane. I think it's data-driven. I think it's scientific. I'm on board with that. Let's see what it says. This notion that you could put out a vaccine, do whatever you want with it because there's a greater good and get away with it. Yeah, I think that should be challenged. And that's just in the last week or so he's done that. But the idea of going after soda by going after people on food stamps with it, are we going to see people, is this going to be like smoking? You don't want to be doing that, lady. How dare you? You're pregnant and you're drinking ginger ale? Don't you know that's poison? Do you catch yourself saying that, or are you like me? Are you saying, nah, I'm not going to say that? Come on. It's not good for you. No doubt. Your kids, maybe keep the Mountain Dew away. Sure. But the idea that we're going to, curtail this, I don't think we ought to go that way. All right, let's go to David in Somerset. And David, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, just real quick, with reference to the statues that you talked about.
Yes.
When that summer was going on, I have a few friends that are kind of radical and they're African American, and I asked them, I said, well, why don't you give me a definitive list of what is offensive, and we'll take it all down, and we'll get rid of it, and we're done.
Right.
And every single time, well, we don't know what it is until we see it. They want to continually have this to keep grinding this axe, and it's just sad. They want to perpetually be a victim, and there's no appeasing them by taking down. You can take down 1 million signs and 1 million names changed, and they're just not going to be satisfied ever.
Yeah, that's why we're into this with the Smithsonian. That's right, and even the Confederate. Now, the one I would tell you, I'll tell you a specific one, Dave, and you're on the spot. You may not have thought about it. I would not be in the business of putting up the Bedford guy. Look, Civil War, one thing. Then he founds the Klan, by all accounts. I mean, we could debate, did he or did by all accounts he did. I'm not going back and putting up statues to that guy.
I 100% agree with you on that one. Yeah, no, but it's not about just pulling down because they had reached a point that they were just pulling down any statue.
Well,
and
Teddy Roosevelt,
like,
Lincoln with a slave who was trying to hug the lower body of Lincoln because of being freed, that was taken down. Yeah.
They're just the mob when the mob gets going. I sound like a broken record because I tell my friends this all the time. But if you study the French Revolution, they're trying to get to the point where we have the reign of terror, and it's just we can't get there. We can't allow it to happen. They would love to be able to get to that point, and we just have to stay far, far away from that.
Absolutely. So Dave, what's your theme song?
Miami Vice. You had fast cars, good looking for the women, the good looking guys. You had good looking women for the men. You had sexy Miami, and people are walking around with bikinis on, and just that whole start of the show just showed everything good about Miami, and it just sucked you in. You just wanted to watch the show.
Oh yeah, Pelicans were in there too. There you go.
Yes, they were.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. By the way, this whole thing talking about the statues, what came down then? The Rizzo statue, which I'm waiting for an update on when it's going to be freed. It was like Frank Rizzo was a Confederate war general, if you remember, on a horse there or something at City Hall, when suddenly they started setting him on fire. Suddenly Frank Rizzo was into it. A lot of collateral damage. So what Trump did over the weekend, I think essentially, is lay down the groundwork for stone by stone, pushing back on the Smithsonian and all these so-called elite groups that are putting this out there, including Independence Hall, apparently, at taxpayer money. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with one of the candidates for governor in New Jersey on the Republican side. That's John Bramnick, and he's the guy that is reintroducing the pump your own gas bill. Uh-oh. Can you win being governor in New Jersey doing that? 855-839-1210. You jump on board with Dom.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system this year, we earned 17% on our account. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's a weekend clash of the NL's best at Citizens Bank Park when the Dodgers visit Philly on Friday, April 4th at 6:45, Saturday, April 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 6th at 1:35. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Done to Giordano's show. Momentarily, we'll talk with State Senator John Bramnick as soon as we set him up here. As I said, he is one of the candidates on the Republican side, and quite a number of articles over the weekend about the Trump lane. Can you win with that in Jersey? I don't think the senator thinks that, but also he's dusted off. I just want to know, look, I think you ought to be able to pump your own gas with certain restrictions put around it. But, boy, you're asking, in Jersey, you could have $1 billion be running for dog catcher. If that's on your platform, you're not going to win, right? Let's go to the state senator here on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, welcome in, and thanks for doing what I think is the right thing. But you are going to get blown away in this race by saying you want to say you can pump your own gas.
Well, first, the passion, whichever side has most passion is what you hear about. So
Right.
The people against it are very passionate. The actual polling doesn't show that because the people who want to pump their own gas aren't passionate about it. So let's start with that theory. Second, this is an optional pump your own gas. So in most stations, you're going to have an attendant there from 8 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. at night. So what I did was, based on all these self-checkout places like at CVS and the supermarkets and the airports, I put that out there actually to see if people are now ready to have that option. And, of course, it's mixed, but the people who hate it more than the people who like it, and that's kind of why you see this reaction.
All right. Well, I like it, but tell me, with me, it's a time issue. In other words, I don't want to get stuck in here because you have one attendant, the whole thing and all. I can pump my own gas. It's not brain surgery and move on. What do you say is the reason why people are telling you they want that, though?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
They feel as if they don't want to wait for the attendant who's on his phone, who's calling somebody, who's with another customer. A lot of people are capable of just doing it. And, if 49 states do it, it means it's not a radical idea. One thing I don't think I am is a radical. This is not some crazy, crazy path. It's an option to talk about. So I threw it out there, and, I think people also want leadership. They want you to go out there and, test your ideas. And I found more and more people want to check out. But when you do bring it up, the people who love having their gas pumped, they go crazy.
It's a luxury, like the guy's chauffeur coming out. Okay. State Senator, too, I think you're in the not Trump lane. What's the case that says being a populist, if not outright Trumpian, the other two guys left in here are duking it out in the MAGA lane? What do you say to them that Trump did very well the last time in Jersey?
Well, first, the media wants to say I'm never Trump, okay? The thing that bothers me about that is the media, they always want to have some term for you. All I've done is when there was something that the president did that I didn't think was something I agreed with, I would say it. And then if he said something like, for example, I'm very strong on border security. I'm very strong on crime. I'm very strong on infrastructure. But because I do say things I'll disagree with the president on something, I've become, the never Trumper, though that's not exactly how it is. Now, the other candidates, one said, Trump was disqualified from running. said that he's a charlatan. The other one said he should never run again. So the difference was then they came back and said, I'm 100%. My thing is I'm not 100% with anybody. I'm not 100% with anybody. So if you're the governor, you have to make a decision best interest in New Jersey. All I'm saying to the people in New Jersey is, listen, if I'm the governor, I'm a Republican. I believe in all the basic Republican principles. But I don't believe that I agree with every Republican president on every issue. And so they go, oh, my God, he disagreed about the January 6th situation. Oh, my God. I mean, I don't get it. You can't have a different idea than another Republican in your party.
Of course you can, but let me give you a specific and see where you go. And then I want to know, your view, but also how this plays in a place like Jersey. I think this is common sense. I think it's a winner. I think it's something the Trump people identified, $40 million they spent, that men should not be in female sports. Does that play in Jersey?
Of course. I bet it's 80 or 90%.
Okay.
Trans women should not be in sports and competing against women. I mean, these are the basic concepts of why the Republicans lost. Because why the Democrats lost. Right. The Democrats lost their way. They went so far left that they couldn't come back to the working people. They couldn't come back to the common sense people. And that's why they got beat. And that's why their image is in the basement.
The issue on the other side, the smarter ones, as I see it. Now, and look, I know they put on a mask. They couldn't vote for Lake and Riley, both Gottheimer and the Sherrill woman, but particularly Gottheimer tries to play that he's a moderate. In all of his ads and everything else, John, he says affordability is the issue. And I think, well, why would we vote for any Democrat? Tell me why they're doing that, though. Do people in Jersey really believe that Democrats or don't believe that Democrats are responsible? Why it's not affordable? I think that's the number one issue.
Well, there are a lot of Democrats who put their heads in the sand. We have debates on the floor of the legislature for 20 years. They say nobody's leaving New Jersey. No one's leaving because of taxes, despite what the U-Haul companies say and the moving companies say, despite what the statistics are. So the fact that the Democrats want to run on affordability is laughable. And it's also dangerous because let's assume a Democratic governor was to win, right? Democrat candidate. What would happen is they would fall into the same arms that they've been doing for 20 years. You got to have a Republican to take out the veto pen and say no. And for the last 7 years, nobody on that side of the aisle could say no to anybody else, and they'll bankrupt the state at this rate.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, I think that's pretty obvious. What's the number one issue for you, though? We get your appeal, traditional Republican, if I could put a bow on it, versus some of the other stuff. You're with the president when you think he's right. What's the big issue for you?
Thank you.
Is there a particular issue? Yeah.
Well, there's a few, but let's start with the fact that on the eve of every budget, the Democrats take $1 billion, and they give it out to their friends, to the districts. We don't even know where it's going on the last day in June. They don't tell us. It comes out the next day. People don't have time to look at it. So if you took that $1 billion that they gave away in the last year or two, actually $2 billion, you could start to actually really give that money back to the taxpayers or the communities. Nobody talks about the crazy. I mean, when I say crazy spending, in the middle of the night,
right,
$17 million goes to undisclosed projects in a certain county. Right, $55 million goes to some museum. You can't spend money on little stuff if you're trying to fix the big stuff. So it's affordability starts, but then there has to be confidence in the future in New Jersey, meaning that people have to think that we're at least going to change our spending habits so the taxes don't continue to go up. The energy situation is a nightmare, going up 20%. Why? Because they wanted to invest in offshore wind that never worked. So you have to start to have natural gas facilities. You have to go back to fossil fuels. The crime situation, juvenile crime out of control, meaning that no matter what you do, a 14-year-old child or adult, in my judgment, killed a police officer in Newark. He's not going to get life. He's not going to get a long sentence. There has to be consequences because there's no chilling effect. There's no deterrent effect on these criminals, especially juveniles, right? There are issues such as overdevelopment. Now they go into a town like Westfield and say, you have to build 400 units. Really? 400 affordable units, regardless of the infrastructure, regardless of the land? This is the crazy left-wing liberal policy-generated nightmare that has caused the Democrats to lose actually elections in national elections.
Without a doubt. Where's your website? Where do people go to learn more about you in the campaign?
Yeah, Bramnick for governor.
All right, Senator. Thank you very much. And keep us in the loop now on how what happens with the gas bill. I'm particularly interested to see if it gets any traction at all.
Yeah, don't stay up at night waiting for it, I'll tell you that.
Thank you, State Senator John Bramnick. All right, they are passionate about it. Usually after me, too, when I bring it. Yes, I don't want to wait. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. That's a good way to get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Scott Presler will be here at 2 o'clock. Of course, he's on the ground, taking some time out to join us, tell you what you can do if you want to help influence what's going on in Wisconsin. Last night, Elon Musk drew a huge crowd. I think some of it, though, he was giving away $1 million to 2 lucky people who were voters, trying to churn that up. Even he said last night, I'm kind of surprised he admitted, he was transparent. The betting markets don't look good for the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. And the media is just poised to say, that's it. The Trump base, farmers, rural Wisconsin, turned on him. And I know deep down what the issue is. You know what the issue is. If Trump's not on the ballot, getting people to come out to the polls, these low propensity voters, that's the issue. Republicans are still not good enough. So I think President Trump's got to intervene right now. After tomorrow, anyhow, we see what happens for an all-out push. And the theme is simple. If you don't vote, if you don't mail in ballot, if you don't do early voting, we're going to lose. If they get the midterms, then all this action, everything will be shut down. They will shut down every single thing. You know it. It's going to be 2 years of misery, counting down the days. They're just poised for that. That's all that they want to do. Got to win the midterms. Well, Don, we're just getting started. It's only April, first day of April here. Got to win the midterms. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So Trafalgar, and you know our faith in Trafalgar, right? The people that predicted the 2016 election of President Trump, the most accurate. They have the Wisconsin race, Crawford, that's the progressive, 50.8. And they have Schmiel, the Republican, 49.2. They say the race is statistically tied. That's completely within the margin of error. And they say, here we go again. We can win. It all depends on turnout tomorrow. Okay? And again, I have had it in large measure, as you know, with various I'm looking in Jersey. I think it was 11 printed pages about the great Scott Presler, Politico, yesterday. All kinds of stuff. And I salute, we may have them on, the head of the Burlington County Republicans, who called it they're working to enact, along with their own stuff, the Presler Plan. That's right. It's like the Truman Plan. It's like the Marshall Plan, the Presler Plan. But some guy in Hudson County, he goes, yeah, well, the enthusiasm's good, but we really don't need Scott Presler here. We're good. No, you're not, buddy. No, you're not. Give him the resources and get the hell out of the way. And this guy will deliver. You talk about Spartan. We mentioned the mascots before. I was texting with them on Saturday. He's coming up. You know, he's a little bit shaken up. He takes these things so hard. He doesn't move on like some of these people. In that, this lost in Lancaster County, the Amish, you know, the whole thing there, really, he takes it to heart. How could that happen? They're just not good enough. This isn't life and death. And Democrats play for keeps when it comes to getting out their vote. That's what this comes down to. And I'm telling you, if tomorrow we hear they lost in Wisconsin, you know, it becomes the philosophy that makes itself self-fulfilling prophecy. They'll be out there for weeks to say, oh, look at this. We have them on the run. So I just think, and we've been down this road before, all hands on deck, starting with the president. We win if we turn out voters. That's why Trump won the popular vote. But Trump's not going to be on the ballot in the midterms. Well, yes, he is. If he makes it about that, put his face on it. And it's got to start now. These races are giving them oxygen. They had none. And I think it's going to be razor thin in the congressional seat that Mike Waltz gave up to become the national security advisor in Florida. Apparently, it's very tough. The other seat in Florida, it looks like they're going to win. But you lose this Supreme Court race, you know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to gerrymander the hell out of it, and they are going to get 2 more Democrats in the Congress. That's what's at stake. You know where this is going. But stop with the champagne drinking and celebration and look at all these executive orders. It's about winning so that we can continue to put President Trump's agenda into play. And if they win in the midterms, you know what they'll do in the House. Not only that, all-out investigate, just all-out warfare. Now's the time to take them on. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. And, Drew, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Drew.
Hey, Dom, afternoon. Thank you so much. You know, Dom, this morning I was watching about the Tesla violence and all the protesters, and, like, they tried to ask Hakeem Jeffries, and he just ignored it. It's like it's blown opportunity after blown opportunity for a young Democrat to actually step up and like talk against all this, but they don't want to do it. They wonder why their party is in such disarray. It's a disgrace, you know. When Trump first got into office the first time, Maxine Waters, she was advocating harassing Trump supporters, and even Chuck Schumer back then stepped up and said, no, you can't do that.
Right.
You know, but no one's stepping up, and it's amazing. So they only got themselves to blame for what's going on.
Without a doubt, Drew. All right, Drew, what's your theme song today?
Dom, you know what? This song is so appropriate. I'm a big fan of Sanford and Son, and Fred Sanford, he's a junk dealer. Not drugs, junk. And it almost seems as though the producers made the theme song to sound like the instruments are being made from junk. They sound like they're part junk, the song. And I always got a kick out of that. Maybe I'm way off, but just the song itself.
Yep, without a doubt. Thank you, Drew. Thanks very much for that. All right, big 2 o'clock hour. We got Scott Presler. We're going to talk with Henry at the ballpark. I'll give you one more glimpse of the big opening day that's here. And, of course, we have Dom's Money Melody. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. You know, it said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with the ancient crossroads of civilization, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans. They've all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me, though, for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm headed to Europe again, and we only go with one group, Conservative Tours, of course, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend, bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreal, the Palace of the Normans. Just call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather Tour. Visit the locales from all 3 movies and the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina. So I'll see you in Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, always a country within a country. Don't forget Savoca, too. I hear great things about it, Savoca. This is going to be a fabulous trip. Just call 888-733-9494.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups. plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. The man of the hour, Scott Presler, in the wilds of Wisconsin, should be with us momentarily. And Henry will give us one more shout-out. Big day at the ballpark, the home opener. And I did see who the Phillies graciously, they have a child from the Nemours Hospital over in Delaware throwing out the first pitch today. And I know they do at least one game a year with them that is a very, very moving event. So all that unfolding at the ballpark. We'll go to him momentarily. But as I said, Scott Presler is just the secret weapon here, and Wisconsin is in some degree of play here. So hopefully he's got a moment. We'll hook up with him here on Talk Radio 1210. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Looking for that theme song today that to you really makes any kind of TV show. Mine was The Wire. It's coming off at Neil Zorn. We couldn't find, somehow or another got erased his theme song. So that's why we went. We haven't done this in a while. It's all in the call. Tell us what you liked around this. And again, I apologize with Scott at weeks like this, though. This guy is really seminal figure there in Wisconsin. And, we're having a little difficulty just locating and getting him on board. Let me go to the Earl of Tacony. Earl is in here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, I'm working on the next Christmas album, Oh Christmas 3. And I'm wondering if we can try and get Scott to go and do a reading. I wouldn't have him sing, but I'm working on "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," because 'twas the month before Election Day in the state of New Jersey. I was registering Republicans. That's practically heresy. I knocked on the door. The homeowner said, "What? Are you registered to vote?" "Oh, and my name is Scott."
Yeah, we can get him to do that. Anthony's going to be with Mulligans. We're going to have everything going on with him, Earl. So without a doubt, we'll be able to do that. All right, what's your theme song today?
My theme, I'm going to go with something recent, something that's 58 years old from 1967. The Spider-Man theme from the Spider-Man cartoon show. I don't know if they got it tuned up to play or they want me to sing it.
Well, just, yeah, give us a little bit.
Yeah. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. Spins the web any size, catches thieves just like flies. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man.
All right.
Strong, listen, bud. Everyone knows that song, even though the show's 58 years old and they've never seen the cartoon. They know the theme.
That is right. That's a powerful theme. All right. Thank you, Sean, very much for this. All right. You know what? We may have to put them out of order here. Do we have Henry at the ballpark ready to go? All right. Let's find out. We now know the opening lineup for the Phillies, the home opener here. Let's go to our buddy Henry down there at the ballpark. So, Henry, people still filing in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're just about an hour from first pitch here. The crowd has not subsided. I mean, this has been a steady flow of people since, I want to say, 11 o'clock this morning. I mean, it is incredible, the energy that has been brought down here. Everyone's seemingly coming over from Xfinity Live right now. The porch was full earlier, but everyone's been stumbling over, making their way across the street slowly but surely.
All right, Henry. So today, give us any sense you have of what we should be watching for.
So I think this is going to be a fantastic pitcher's duel today. I mean, obviously, Christopher Sanchez had a fantastic season last year, broke out of nowhere, became one of our 8 All-Stars, record-breaking 8 All-Stars. People forget about that, it's seemingly. But he has upped his fastball from around 92, 93 to 98 this offseason, which seems preposterous. And on the Phillies website, too, if you look, he magically grew from 6'1" to 6'6", almost like they didn't have a
He's not 6'6".
accurate representation.
All right, if I stand next to him, I think he might be taller than me, but I don't think so.
Oh, he's a tall and long guy, and you can see it in his fastball now. If he starts zipping it in there at 98 to go along with that changeup he's got, oh man, watch out! The Colorado Rockies are in trouble. I mean, they're always in trouble because they're just a pitiful franchise. But anywho, but on the other side, German Marquez, I think, has been a bit of an underrated gem in Colorado. He's been there for the better part of 6 seasons now. He's been an all-star back in 2021. I think he's got a great fastball to go along with a fantastic slider and knuckle curve. And I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair today. So it's going to be interesting to see how both teams can manufacture some runs. Hopefully some stolen bases.
All right, Henry, thanks so much, and thanks for a great day at the ballpark.
All right, thank you, Dom. Go Phils.
All right, Henry Machette from the ballpark. I think Scott Presler checking in here. I'm sorry, he's right in the middle of the action here. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. By the way, all the stuff with Tesla yesterday, I happened to see what are the most American companies based upon how much of their cars do they make here. Number one, Tesla Model Y, assembled in Fremont, California. Honda Passport, assembled in Lincoln, Alabama. Volkswagen ID4, assembled in Chattanooga. And Tesla Model S, assembled in Fremont, California. So out of the top 10, Tesla Model X, assembled in Fremont, California, is 9. Out of the top 10, they have 3. Okay. We hope to go to Scott Presler coming up, 855-8. Well, here is Scott now. Let's go to Scott Presler in Wisconsin. Hey, Scott, thanks for making time to join us today. How you doing?
It is the day before Election Day, and we are dealing with an ice storm and getting more names for voters to text. But, we've had some Republican counties in Wisconsin that have been impacted by the ice storm that are now without power. So, I'm not here to battle. I'm not here to fight with people. But again, please, there are natural disasters that happen that are not preventable and that we can't always proactively prepare for. And it would be unfortunate to lose an election because voters don't vote early and voters don't vote by mail. So I hope that my beautiful Pennsylvania voters in a Commonwealth that gets inclement weather in November elections is going to learn from what Wisconsin is going through right now with this ice storm.
And Scott, again, kudos to you. Well, first of all, on the personal front, Politico, their analysis of what you're doing in Jersey, once we pivot after tomorrow, is incredible. But second of all, you did reach goals with text messaging, and that's how our listeners right here, they understand the significance of this. You made that point for 6 months or more. What can they do, 11th hour here, to get people out, to encourage them, to let them know how important this could be, the type of thing that slows down or stops the Trump momentum?
Well, look at what's happening right now on social media. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a congresswoman in Georgia, is posting about the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. Elon Musk, who is helping to stop wasteful spending and fraud in our government, came all the way to Green Bay, Wisconsin, to Brown County to help get out the vote for the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. And our dear 45th and 47th President of the United States even just posted on True Social about the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. And where I'm going with this is look at all of the people that are talking about this race, because this race impacts every single American voter. And if the Democrats are able to take this election, which I hope they don't, then they will likely take back the House of Representatives in 2026. There goes your legislative victories. There goes your America First agenda. There goes everything that you fought for in Pennsylvania, delivering that Commonwealth for the president. So if you care about Trump and if you care about us achieving all of the goals that we set out for in 2024 to do now, then I need your help. We have an application. It is free. I don't care who you use. You can use mine. It's Early Vote Action. You can use Turning Point Action. I do not care. All I want to do is to win. But if you go to your App Store or your Google Play Store, type in Early Vote Action, and you'll be able to send text messages from the comfort of your home to voters in Wisconsin. Now, we're being very strategic. We have already done western Wisconsin. We have done rural red counties, and we are going to be texting into the counties that are impacted by the ice storm too. We are doing everything methodically, and we are reaching out to Republican voters because this is a Republican turnout election. So you, from Jersey or from Pennsylvania or from wherever you're listening to the Don Giordano show, you can have an impact today up until 9 p.m. Wisconsin Standard Time that you can text voters. And then beginning tomorrow at 9 a.m., you can continue Wisconsin time texting voters until the polls close at 8 p.m. So go to Early Vote Action, your iPhone, and your Google Play. Now, I do have two suggestions because I don't want anybody to get spammed, Dom. Just if you have an iPhone, turn off your iMessages, and all I want people to do is you can send up to 200 text messages. Now, we've had 7,000 people download the application in just a couple days. 7,000 times 12 text messages is 88,000 voters. So I'm not even asking for 200. If all of you listening to the show download the app and even send 10 text messages, we could reach tens of thousands of more voters in Wisconsin and hopefully win this election. And last thing, Don, because this is important, some of you are probably like, oh, Scott, you know, the Democrats are just going to win. No, Trafalgar Polling, which is one of the most accurate pollsters out there, just put out a poll today that Crawford, the leftist extreme candidate, is up 50.8 to Brad Schimmel, Republican conservative Brad Schimmel, 49.2. This race is statistically tied. My New Jersey and Pennsylvania people, your work today could help push Brad Schimmel over the top and help save the House of Representatives. Mic drop.
All right, Scott, we have a mind meld because about 5 minutes before, that's the exact poll that I read here, and you're exactly right. Whatever the media says, Trafalgar has a better handle on it. That is well within the line. It's turnout. Whoever really turns out and wants this is going to win.
Yes, and that's why, again, we are being very strategic with the text messages that we're sending. We're doing all of rural red Wisconsin, our beautiful low propensity voters that they'll come out for Donald Trump, but they may not even know about the Supreme Court election. So please download the free app, send those text messages, and let's have a big slam dunk victory tomorrow that is going to have national implications for every single state in the country.
Scott, I would ask you about Pennsylvania. I just wanted to go back to that last week, though, when you were on. And I could tell, and several listeners said, Dom, you know, Scott's really under the gun here, how precise you were about Lancaster County. And again, I know your heart there, the Amish there, et cetera. Again, we have to get into early vote action, mail-in balloting, early voting. Otherwise, you can't overcome that in the state Senate race or even in some of these other congressional races.
You know, I don't want to dwell on it. I want to stay focused on tomorrow. But I feel the need to say, I don't have to do this job, ladies and gentlemen. I care. I have put my health on the line. I haven't been home since December. I haven't seen my mom and dad for a month and a half. I haven't done laundry. I'm not eating correctly. You know, I really am putting everything on hold to help make our country a better place. And so when I give out warnings about elections, I'm not doing it for my health. Yes. I'm doing it because I care about you guys. And sometimes, you know, gosh, I guess I'm getting a little bit older and you know, my paternal instinct is coming out. But, you know, I'm doing this because I truly care. I want all of our work in 2024 to be fruitful. And so that's why I sometimes give a little bit of a stern warning, and I mean it. I'm warning you guys because I want to win, and that's why I do the work that I do.
Absolutely. Well, be ready for, I hope to be the first text message to you tomorrow night when we know, and when we know it's another Presler win.
Early vote action, Google Play, App Store, please send some text messages. Let's have a big, huge win for Brad Schimmel. And let me just end this by making this really sexy for all of my Pennsylvania voters. You guys in your state really want voter ID. I know you do. Help Wisconsin by getting out the vote tomorrow and by voting yes to the constitutional amendment, Wisconsin will be able to enshrine voter ID into their state constitution. So if you care about having a successful 2028, then also make tomorrow about voter ID. And that's to all of my beautiful election integrity people out there.
All right, Scott, thank you. Stay well. We'll talk very soon. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks. Bye.
Scott Presler here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, Trafalgar saying that. He made a great point, too. If they get voter ID in Wisconsin, that helps going forward. And it continues to push Republicans. I'm told there could be a deal in Harrisburg. Now, we'll have to see the details, but I'm told pretty reliably they're talking about a voter ID deal. Trust the Republicans in Harrisburg. All right, a lot. You can tell Presler is really, really putting it on the line. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can do it from right here. That's the beauty of what he has set up. All right, it is time right now, though, Sean, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
All right, this is a great prize. If you win today, you get a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra, and I'll be introducing him this Saturday, April 5th, at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. And again, this is a wonderful night out. Ro will be there with me. Hope to see you if you're coming. I'll be in the lobby right before I was talking to Joe today. And it benefits Pat Malloy, the people over in Abington. After that disaster, it's a spectacular place. 2 tickets on the line, 855-839-1210. All right, Sean, what's up today?
So we're going to keep it in baseball theme since it's opening day and the Phillies are actually playing. So we actually got a special contestant that we actually got to choose and see if you guys can hear his walk-off song. So his walk-off song is going to come on right now. All you have to do is guess what Philly player currently is this walk-off song theme is. Alrighty, and that is one of the players' walk-in theme songs. If you guys can find out, definitely give us a call, 855-839-1210.
Yeah, you should have heard it played by now, even though it was in National Stadium. All right, 855-839-1210. Come on, you don't have a million Phillies. Hit us with that, and you are off to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good
for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The city of Camden hopes to sell prime land on the waterfront to any developer who will build homes and stores. Philly restaurants are getting ready for the 35th annual Dining Out for Life to benefit people living with HIV. And Citizens Bank Park is voted the best ballpark in the country by USA Today.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dom's Funny Melody involving home day. We've been with Henry at the ballpark. First home game of the year. Philly. Here's the walk-up song, and then maybe we'll give you a clue. We'll see. Here's the walk-up song. All right, so let's see. I'll give you something that's a little bit close to it. It's a new Philly. All right. Let's go to Terrence in Percy on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Terrence, it's a new Philly. Whose walk-up song?
I was going to go Rojas, but I guess that's wrong.
Got anybody else? Okay, Rojas, no. It's a new Philly. Think of new Phillies. Go through that a little bit. What else would we add to it?
Let's add to the fact that he actually plays outfield, and he's a recent new add-on to the Phillies. And he's a starter. He's actually going to be starting.
Right. Let's go to Don and Franconi. Okay, Don, who is it?
Kepler.
Yes, it is Max Kepler. All right, new Philly. And I happened to see yesterday, was it pregame or postgame? I'm not sure. Probably a pregame. Where he was born, always wanted to be a ball player. Why? Came to America, even though born in Germany. And a guy that may be inconsistent, but has had pretty good power numbers. So Phillies, this is a big deal for them. If this guy plays anywhere near what he's played before, it's going to be a huge pickup. All right, so Don, you're going off to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets, joeconklin.com. Hope to see you there. It's a great spot, Conklin. And remember, it benefits, too. Pat Malloy will be there, a buddy. Nobody like him in the police. But the disaster that they had recently. So, Don, enjoy. All right, 855-839-1210. Just got a text. It's a busy day here. She's reading it right now. The whole deal, but that Linda Kearns had texted me that there's a ruling. Where did I have? That's a long text. What the heck? there's a ruling, a Western court in Pennsylvania. We were just talking voter integrity with Scott Presler, and Linda is the defensive coordinator in Pennsylvania and all. Okay, Sean, you got to put him on hold. Okay. We have Linda Kearns coming up. Apparently unconstitutional.
Hey, can you hear me?
Unconstitutional.
All right, great.
Mail-in ballot votes. All right, Sean, we can hear you. Okay, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210. We'll get Linda Kearns. She's reading it right now. It just come down. We were just talking about voter ID, and as I said, every time Democrats get a ruling like this, even though it's not definitive necessarily, then, they're going to push back on voter ID and demand more. I'm told pretty reliably by several people who know there is a movement to get voter ID in Pennsylvania, but what would they extract for that? And again, Republicans have not been good at, in the past, with striking a deal that's effective. Think of Act 77. And I know Linda is very concerned about that. This is even, how in the world, when is the legislature going to step up and say, that's it? We are the ones that determine the infrastructure of elections constitutionally, not you. We're going forward with this. You're going to have to date or it's not going to count. When are we going to have the battle over this? At every turn, every time we try to reassure people on this, that this is still mail-in balloting. I think Linda agrees. It's still the way to go. But they undercut it. At every turn, their voters are too dumb to even put the date on it. Well, then you can't vote. Show up and vote then. If you can't figure out to put the date on a simple requirement, your vote doesn't count. All right, Linda Kearns next. I can hardly wait to hear what she says this decision means. Hey, if you're looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age, it's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter the code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. So go to res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine with the buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay healthy with Rescued Natural Supplements. Again, that's MYENERGY.
Up and down with the weather this week today. Opening day, it got up to 77, but storms coming in overnight with heavy thunderstorms and winds, dropping to 57 and sunny tomorrow, 57 again Wednesday, but 77 Thursday.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, coming to you at 855-839-1210. Still get your name into the hat. All-time theme song is what we're looking for. Coming off, Neil Zorin's theme song is gone. Dan's replaced it. I said The Wire. You heard Sean's. We want to hear yours. But Linda Kearns is with us right on top of it instantaneously as this was happening. We have a court in Pennsylvania, as I understand it from Linda, that's ruled unconstitutional. Can you imagine? Dating on the mail-in ballot. Let Linda break it down a little bit more. So, Linda, what's happened here?
Hey, Dom. Yeah, so this order just came down. This was a case that's been pending for a while, and I think a lot of the public just kind of forgot about it. But it's been pending for a while out in the Western District of Pennsylvania, and the judge just issued her order and opinion, and I can say that it will be immediately appealed, I'm sure. But she basically found that the requirement to date mail ballots is unconstitutional. And she has now enjoined, which means forbid, any of the counties in Pennsylvania from requiring that date.
And the basis of saying it's unconstitutional, I only practice without a license. You're the real deal nationally. As I understand it, this comes back to all the time, and some really national people, Linda, on the show, and I think you may have said it too, where you're a little bit more buttoned up. We've got kind of the legislature decides this stuff, and as long as it's not racially discriminatory, that level of scrutiny, and they tried to, I don't know if that was in this case, the legislature decides. And we're tired of hearing this. You can't put a date on a ballot.
Absolutely. And what I think listeners should know, number one, is when this case was filed, it was really a case of basically judge shopping, because the liberals who filed it basically picked the Western District of Pennsylvania, but they picked the Erie division, where there's only one judge who was, appointed by a Democrat president who I think that they thought would side with them. So that's one thing. I do think this is a case of judge shopping, which I think we've been hearing about in the news a lot, because of all of these district judges who are, finding unconstitutional or overruling things that President Trump does. So that's number one, that these district judges, are really out of control. So I hope this really leads listeners to understand that and think about that, next time they vote. Like when you vote our legislators in office, senators and the president have a lot of power over picking these judges. The president appoints these federal district judges, so we better pay attention. But this was yet another attack by the liberals, basically saying that it's too much of a burden to ask citizens to date the mail ballot. And because it's too much of a burden, and this judge found that the government couldn't say what the overriding government interest was, she found it unconstitutional. But this really does go against a lot of longtime case law. So I would hope that when this is appealed, that the Third Circuit would overturn it.
Yeah, and Linda, I went back to this originally way back when we were experiencing this before you used to come on frequently. And it's clear the legislature, as I understand it, has the constitutional power and duty. They have to exert that or make that plain to the public here. The idea that, oh, this is silly, essentially. Why do you have to put the date on it? Well, then show up and vote if you can't do this. Show up in person. Was race I remember in one of these cases, you and I talked, they said it was racially discriminatory toward African Americans. And we made the point that the racism that implies and or patronizing that they can't put a date on it.
Well, Dom, actually, I know I tease you about not going to law school, but you just made a really, really excellent point that I'm not going to be able to tease you anymore. And that is, there's a difference between the constitutional right to vote, which we all have, yes, and everyone would agree with that, and mail balloting, which is a legislative grace. And you just made that distinction that what this judge is saying is that when the legislature decided to allow us to have mail balloting, which is not guaranteed by the Constitution, they are permitted to set the rules. But That's not how this judge looked at it. She found that when the legislature passed this law requiring citizens the voters to date the ballot was too much of a burden. And that is not, how lots of other courts have looked at this. Ballot casting laws, how we cast a ballot, are within the province of the legislature.
Right.
So this is a case, this is out in the Western District, this is in federal court. This very similar issue is being fought right now in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, though, in a case of Baxter versus Philadelphia, which I think that I've been on your show talking about, and that's being considered. And now that we have this out there in the Western District in federal court, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the Baxter case. The Supreme Court in Pennsylvania could put it on hold, waiting till this federal court case goes through the system, or the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania could rush and issue an opinion. So, yeah, this is once again really disruptive, disrupting our rules about ballot casting. And it's just the left continuing to attack common sense rules.
And Linda, I think, I put the holy grail of voter ID up there, and the sources I've talked about, I think I've talked about you, and you've been very helpful to me in kind of navigating the waters to figure out how this would go. So I can tell people, they tell me a voter ID law or deal is on the table here, which we just talked to Scott Presler, the offensive coordinator. In Wisconsin, they're voting on that to be put into the Constitution, voter ID. But I am very wary of the Republicans, that I want to see you in the room and people like that, I hope. I don't know how, but that's what I'm pushing for behind the scenes and on the air. If we get into talks about voter ID and what we give up, because they're the ones that did Act 77, every single one of them.
Dom, I just wrote a piece on that for the Federalist. You can get it on my Twitter at Linda Kearns Law. And that's what I said. I said, voter ID is great. I want voter ID. Anyone who believes in free and fair elections wants voter ID. The problem is if Republicans in Pennsylvania trade that for something that would make elections even less safe or less secure, then they're really not getting anything. And there is always the possibility, based on how we know the courts work in Pennsylvania, that even if the legislature does pass voter ID, that someone could sue. It could be declared unconstitutional by a Pennsylvania judge, and then whatever the legislature gave up to get it would not be declared unconstitutional. So we're in even a worse situation. And what I wrote in my piece was, our legislators, the Republicans better take notice. They better be aware, because, voters may have, I don't know if voters have forgiven them for the mail ballot law, but at least they've moved past it. But if it happens again, if they trade something, because remember, mail balloting, they traded to abolish straight ticket voting. And we all now know that really was not a good trade. So voters are not going to forgive these legislators again, these legislators again, if they do this.
Yeah, I don't want to be a Monday morning quarterback, but the data analysis of the Republicans there was a little bit off. It's a good idea. We know that Democrats in Philadelphia want to come in and just pull the one lever. I know the theory, but I don't know that that's as determinative here as what they gave up We didn't know about COVID at that point, but what they gave up, as soon as you get rid of any guardrails there, of them being able to play with the absentee ballot and all that, my gut instinct would have been to say no on that. Did you ever see any data, Linda? Do you know what was driving them to do that? Did they actually have data, or was it more of a gut thing?
Look, I think that if you look at the map of Pennsylvania and all of the red areas of Pennsylvania, I think a lot of the people, the state senators and state reps in the red areas were really tired of being up for election when there was a strong Democrat at the top of the ticket, and they felt like it was hurting their chances. And I think that's where it came from. The problem is when they passed this mail voter law, mail ballot law, I don't think anyone really reviewed it, because as you know, because I was on your show so many times during the 2024 election, they really didn't spell out anything about the observation and who could have observers in the room. They just said one representative, and that's one representative per candidate. And that meant in a city like Philadelphia, I could only have a representative for each candidate on the ballot. And in a city where we're counting hundreds of thousands of ballots, that amounted to less than 10 people that I was allowed to have in the room. And so the legislature never said, well, okay, if we're going to allow mail balloting, let's tighten up these observer rules and have the number of observers maybe linked to the number of ballots.
Linda, are you there? Linda? All right. Well, Linda, thank you. Try it again. Linda, are you there? All right, the gremlins are here again. I didn't touch anything here. Okay. Linda, let me try to wrap up with Linda. Linda, are you there? All right. Well, let's thank Linda, though. We got to, and that's okay. We got to the point. We got the lightning round coming up. All right, Linda, thank you. I got the point. Again, this is all as it's breaking on the fly here. All right, let's just let Linda on to finish up here. All right, Linda, final point here.
Yeah. I got disconnected somehow.
Yeah. So I think we take your point here. This is, again, that's a pretty big oversight not to think of observers, et cetera. So hopefully, can we make this pack? I'll tell every Republican, Linda Kearns better scrutinize this if we move forward with any kind of deal.
And the other thing I want listeners to take away from this is you cannot take your foot off the gas.
Exactly.
Like in that race in Lancaster County, you cannot take anything for granted. Please remember that in 2018, the Eagles won the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback. So you never know what's going to happen, and you can never underestimate your opponent. And it is clear, just like after 2016, that the Democrats are looking at their loss and saying, okay, we're putting our foot on the gas as hard as possible. What can we do? And the Republicans better catch up.
Well, I have a project. I will tell you off air in more detail. It's a secretive project, heavy funding. We're cloning Scott Presler, and we're rolling out and cloning Linda Kearns. And so far, I'm very pleased with what the results are. Now, the Linda Kearns that we've rolled out does get distracted by Elvis Presley. We're working on that thing. Yes.
I don't see. You really found someone who is equal to Linda Kearns? You found another Linda Kearns?
No, it's a clone. It's a clone. That's the idea.
Okay,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I did notice that you didn't play my walk-up music, but I figured this was an emergency. This is a horrible court ruling. We wanted to get right to it. But next time you better play my Elvis walk-up music.
All right, we will. We'll play that. Play it in an honor coming back here to Linda Kearns as the final music and the lightning round sounder. Lightning round, jump in, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time TV theme. This coming off, we can't find Neil Zorn's, and we replaced it. I said to Wire Sean, what was yours?
Mine was Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, that's right. We played that too. So hit us with that. We'll get a winner. Put your name into the hat. Kudos to Henry at the ballpark today. The big three tomorrow. Henry will be back with us. Dan back with us too. Thanks to Sean. Pinch hitting. Phone lines, though. Jump in. 855-839-1210.
Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayla Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
All right, that's for Linda Kearns on the spot as this decision came down. By the way, we'll ask Henry tomorrow. Henry doing a great job at the ballpark today. I'm looking at Crossing Broad saying that why are the Phillies enclosing the relievers the other team, their bullpen. All right, they think it's so people can't heckle them. Now, it can get pretty rough, without a doubt. Not sure in baseball, it's kind of a time-honored thing to kind of egg on the relievers in the bullpen, but it was pretty noticeable. And maybe I think one guy fell. That's a few years back. One guy fell over. So it'll be interesting. I get his insight tomorrow, and we'll see the tush-push voted on. But big stuff coming out of the Trump administration tomorrow, too. Really big stuff. All right, it is the lightning round.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Let's go to Glenn in Ocean City. All right, Glenn, what's yours today? What's that theme song? Why?
Dom, it's Welcome Back, Kotter. And the theme song, Welcome Back, was a huge hit for John Sebastian of the Lovin' Spoonful, and whose career launched from Welcome Back, Kotter.
Very nice. I didn't know that fact. That was pretty good. Bill in Bucks County. Bill, what's yours today?
My side question answer today is from the TV show Hawaii Five-0, the theme from Hawaii Five-0.
Reason?
Because it's well orchestrated, it's upbeat, and it's just a well organized, song.
Oh, yeah. The scenery too, and book 'em, Dano. It kind of sets you up from that. Joe of Exon gets the last word today. All right, Joe, what's the theme song?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. In the late 50s, there appeared a television documentary called Victory at Sea, which was an account of the American naval effort in the Pacific during World War II. And the opening theme song was by Richard Rodgers called Sound of the High Seas. Then, as the introduction continued, the theme music was changed to a melody also by Richard Rodgers, and which was used in the song No Other Love Have I.
Thank you, Joe. In fact, Richard Nixon, after he knew he won in 1968, finally the presidency after all the turmoil, it was very close, went home, opened up the windows, blasting in New York. He was living in New York at the time. Victory at sea. Could you see Nixon? Finally. It's over. All right. I kind of liked, do you have anybody, Sean? I have one I think's a good winner today. How about you?
Yeah, I got a couple good ones. But just to give a quick recap, we have Steve. He had one that was the family. Those are the days. Bill, Cheers, everyone knows my name. Dave, Miami Vice. Drew, Stratford theme. Bill with the Hawaii Five-0. Joe with his movie. And my favorite one was Earl's Spider-Man theme song from 1967.
Yeah, I was thinking him and Earl. Okay, I can go with Earl. I was thinking Glenn, the Ocean City, but I can go with Earl, too. Those two were on my mind. So, Earl, your name goes into the hat. Glenn, very close.
Ooh,
do it again tomorrow. We'll have something for you and have the whole gang back here. Thanks to Sean for producing. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. And again, you heard Scott Presler. We look toward Wisconsin, Linda Kearns. You got to beat them every day. You got to wake up and realize they don't go away. Progressives like this judge out in Western Pennsylvania. Legislatures got to step up. They got to step up and say, we're the ones that determine this, not the courts. Got to push back. That's what we want to hear. All right, Richie always next. 4 big hours. Talk Radio 12.